Give me a second to get some things organized over here.
Alright, James is getting on. I think he forgot what day it was again.
Understandable. Give him just a second to jump on. How's everybody doing? Doing all right? Well, there's James.
Sorry about that. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, sure you are.
Work's been crazy. I apologize.
It's all fun and games. No worries.
I'm here.
You gaming tonight?
Yeah.
You mean just fix your plate?
Yeah, thank you. See, you're not the only one that didn't know we were gaming tonight.
No, I mean I knew we were, but I haven't slept since yesterday morning. Like I said, work's been crazy.
It's all good. All right, so we're all here. We're all, for those of us that are here, a couple of us are either going to be late or are on like a work call or something that had to be taken. So we'll just work them in when they get back. Before we get started, I wanted to ask everybody a question. You probably have figured out that I do this each week. I ask you a personal question. But this one's easier than last week. Do any of you guys, and this is a two-part question, so when it comes around to you, you can answer yes or no. But the second part of the question is, do you play any MMOs? And if you do, which ones do you play? And I don't really care about, giving me a long list. Just tell me like which ones you enjoy the most, or like the single one that you play all the time, or something like that. Now, if you don't play, that's a real easy answer. You just say, no, I don't play MMOs. So, let's get started with Gabe. Do you play any MMOs online?
Not really.
No.
I mean, I play a lot of computer games, but not really MMOs. I found the world to be basically toxic.
That can be true. Yeah. I play a lot of computer games myself. And sometimes when I'm playing MMOs, I find myself just to be playing solo anyway. So it's like an MMO, it's like an RPG that I'm playing, but other people just happen to be online at the same time. So, Mason, do you play any MMOs?
So I used to play World of Warcraft, I guess classic, but back when that was just
normal. Yeah.
Yeah. We got rid of the account because they thought we stopped using it, but I was always trying to use it. Anyways, I haven't really picked up one since then. I've tried a few, and they weren't things I kept with. But even when I did play that, I played it kind of like Derek said. You end up sometimes you're online at the same time as other people, but you're not really playing with them.
Right.
So I usually stick to solo games.
Okay. Is Spec back?
I've been here.
You've been here. Okay.
Yes.
Volume's low. I don't know what's going on. Pull your mic down. I don't know.
How about that?
Yeah, that's a lot better. Hey, how about you? Do you play any MMOs?
Yeah. Typically, I play Star Citizen with you.
Uh-huh.
And Final Fantasy 11. I play others, but those are the two are my favorites.
Right. Final Fantasy 11.
Mm-hmm.
Huh. What are they up to now? 16 or something like that?
I think so.
That's an MMO though. Final Fantasy. I thought it was a like a solo game.
No, 11 was an MMO, and it was the first cross-platform game.
Yep. And then they transferred it over to 14.
Okay. Yeah, I've never actually ever played Final Fantasy. I watched a couple of the movies. James, how about you?
I used to play a lot of 11, Final Fantasy.
Yeah.
I've tinkered with things like WoW and Ion Online, but for me, I think MMOs are they're too much of they require too much of a time commitment in one sitting that I don't really have anymore in my life.
Right.
So
That's
I
true.
don't play a lot of them anymore.
Yeah, MMOs can have a big time sink where they, take a lot of your time.
Yeah.
I'll agree with that. I definitely agree with that. How about you, Morgan?
I think he's the one on the call.
He's the one on the call. Okay, yeah, works. Maury, are you here too?
Yep.
There you go.
I don't really play many MMOs still. I guess the only one that I'm still kind of playing is Eve, and I'm playing that in only the loosest definition that playing Eve is even a game.
Right.
Can
Yeah.
I ask a question?
Yeah.
What do you do in Eve? Are you a miner? Are you a pirate? Are you
Right
Are you part
now,
of the Goon Squad?
No, I'm not part of the Goon Squad. I've profited off of the Goon Squad a lot, though. Right now, I do market manipulation. So I'll purchase stuff in places where it's cheap and transship it to places where it's more expensive, or buy up a stock in one area so that I can relist it later once the availability goes down. It's pretty passive money. So, but when I do
Okay.
play, I usually just do low sec PvP and pirate roaming, stuff like that.
Oh, okay.
Well-
I used to play that once upon a time too.
I like sci-fi space type games, and I saw Eve out there, and I jumped on it, and after about 10 minutes, I realized that I was never going to play that game again.
It's got a massive learning curve.
Well, not just the learning curve. I mean, that is probably a part of it, but I felt like I was so far behind everyone else, and there was no way to get caught up. So I didn't feel like I wanted to put the effort in to be. It was like I didn't see the reward payout. I just kind of like said, okay, these guys have been playing this for a long time. They're really powerful. I'm coming in as this nobody. But it wasn't like, because I don't mind starting at level 1 and then working my way up, or whatever. I don't mind doing that as long as I felt like I was under pressure, like there was, I was being intimidated into giving up, and so I gave up. I said I'm not playing this game, and so I moved on. But I'll tell you my favorite RPG. it's a MMO. It's City of Heroes. I don't know if you guys have ever played City of Heroes, but
Loved it.
um, the a few years ago, about 4 or 5 years ago, the code was released, and there was a lot of third-party servers started to open up and become public, where you could go join this third-party, server and play on the original code or whatever. And I jumped on this server called Homecoming, and I played for a little while, a couple of years, and off and on or whatever. Now, of course, this is after I played the original when it was owned by NCSoft, and I had to pay a $15 a month maintenance fee or whatever it was to play that game. I loved it. I jumped off of City of Heroes to try a bunch of other MMOs like Eve, but I went to I could give you a very long list of MMOs that I tried, but it seemed like I always went back to City of Heroes as my love. And then when Homecoming opened up, I almost started a tear, so I jumped on there and played off and on. And then just like on the 4th of this month, they sent me an email saying that NCSoft has licensed them to be the official server of City of Heroes. And so I re-jumped back on and started all over with a level 1 character, and I'm working my way back up. I still have all my 50th level characters, but I've kind of restarted with new zeal, because now it's actually official.
Well, that and you couldn't remember how to play your old 50s.
Well, no, these 50s are from the Homecoming server, so I had recently just built them back up.
No, I get it. I still have Homecoming downloaded on my computer. Best character generator I've ever seen.
Oh yeah. I like the costumes. There's just infinite possibilities on the costumes and stuff. But yeah, well, okay, that's enough of that. All right, so if you haven't ever played City Heroes, I recommend you trying it out. It's free to play, and you get to blow people up with laser blasts or whatever.
Is it anything like DC Universe Online? Because I tried that one for a while.
Nope. It's way better than better. It's better than Champions. It's better than DC Universe, which I've tried both. I played Champions all the way to the end, because I used to play Champions, the pen and paper game, and I thought it would be the same. And they use a lot of the same names and characters and stuff, but it just doesn't have the same je ne sais quoi. It just doesn't have the same feel. But no, City of Heroes is more like Mutants and Masterminds than anything else.
All right.
Yeah, so I was going to tell Mason that if you were looking for ideas for your Mutants and Masterminds campaign, you might start a character on City Heroes and play through some of their adventures, and you would see, or maybe just give you some ideas. Okay, so one thing I don't like about, or I do and I don't like about the Homecoming server is they unlocked all the costume ideas or everything for every character, even level 1s. So level 1s can now have a cape, which you had to earn. They can now have the Roman armors and stuff that you had to go on quests to get, but now everybody can get it. So even first level characters you'll see them running around with a cape.
That's kind of lame.
I know, but it's kind of cool because it's just a cape, right? But it was something that you earned, Okay, so enough of that. All right, let's get back to Traveler. There is something that I wanted to do. It's a little exercise before we actually get started. I have your tokens on the screen, and I'm going to put you in a circle. Sort of a circle, I guess. Yeah, that looks good. Where's the NPCs? Oh, they're over on the right. Okay. Okay, so that's almost a circle. Now, I'm going to ask you a question about your character, how it pertains to these other characters. I'm going to draw lines on the screen. And I'm going to erase it later, maybe after tonight's session, but I'm going to jot this down somewhere else. But we're going to start with Mason. All right, Mason, who are the two characters that you have contacts with or connections with?
Oh, right. That is.
I'm going to have to get this a little lower because we might actually be needing some space. See, you don't even know.
I know I had it in here. I want to say it was Shaq and Gabe.
Who and Gabe?
Shikarizian, the medic.
What's his name?
Shikarizian Shaq Abustov.
That's not dark enough. Whoa!
I think it was him. No, it was Faustus.
Yep. Because I patched you up after a car wreck. After
Right.
you were hit by a car.
And was it with Gabe?
Does being original crew count as a connection?
Nope.
No.
During character creation,
The other one was who I set up the network of contacts with, and I'm pretty sure that was the second character creation. I'm pretty sure it was Shaq.
I think it was me, Strix.
Strix.
It was-
Yes, it was
Yeah,
Strix.
because I had a whole bunch of friends, and you got in on that to be doing, I don't know, whatever you were doing.
Okay. It was Faustus and Strix.
probably have that on your character sheet.
I have the Faustus one. I'm surprised I don't have Strix unless I listed him.
Okay, it's
Did
okay.
not list him as a contact. Okay.
Well, he shouldn't be a contact. This is a
Yeah.
connection. That's completely different. Okay, so
Well, he would have been one of the contacts I got from that. Is what we had said.
okay. Tomlin, James,
Yes, sir.
who is your two connections?
I'm connected to Maury.
Okay,
Maury
why?
connected with me over drinks because my ex cheated on me, who was the King Oleg's daughter. And
Okay.
I also connected with Moose because I found her dating Moose afterwards. I came across them because I was doing some not so subtle stalking.
Moose.
Yeah,
Who's Moose?
I don't remember what his in-game name is.
He was Shaq.
Okay. Yeah, I have him in here as Moose.
Okay, well that's the one I've got connected. Who else?
It was just Maury and Moose.
Okay, how you connected with Maury over drinks?
Yes, because my ex cheated on me and I went drinking to forget, and then I connected over with Moose because after she cheated on me, she wound up dating him.
Right.
And- Yeah.
I gotcha. Okay, so Gabe, Do you remember your connections? Do you have your connections?
Yeah, I've got them written down, although I don't have the circumstances. I've got a connection with Faustus and one with Shaq as well.
But you don't know why?
I don't remember.
Okay. Well, when we get to them, maybe they will remember. Okay, hang on just a second. You said Faustus and Shaq?
Yes, sir.
All right. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Now, working my way around, we got Maury. Apparently, you have one connection with Tomlin. What was your second connection? Or do you have one?
Strix.
It was with Strix. And do you remember why?
Yeah, I shot him in the face because he was trying to overthrow a rightful governor.
You sided with me in the end.
That sounded brutal.
Oh,
It was
my
just
God.
light
I
politics.
shot him in the
Come on.
face.
Listen,
This was-
insurrectionists get shot in the face. That's a very standard policy.
It wasn't even the only time I did it. Come on.
So when we get
I
to
know you.
yeah, when we get around to Shaq, we already see that he's got his two connections with Tomlin and Gabe. Do you remember why you connected with Gabe? Is he back?
Oh, Shaq's Moose. Moose dropped the campaign.
Oh, he didn't just skip the week; he dropped the campaign. Oh, see, look at that! I don't even know things. I thought that was just the one. Okay, when did he chat that?
Gabe was the one who was having problems with his divorce, correct?
Moose was the one having problems with his divorce.
Oh, that was Moose.
Yeah.
This is up on January 3rd. I see something about a divorce.
Yeah, I was remembering one of them was just like he's like I have to step back from the campaign because something's getting really messy, and then I was like, hey.
Okay. So that is not going to be a problem. My bad. Didn't know that. Okay. So we go around to Faustus. We got our two connections, one with the captain and the one with Gabe. And then we get to Strix and we got that connection with Maury and the captain. Okay. So everybody has had their two connections, it looks like. And everybody, but so he can't really tell you why you have a connection with him, but, or had a connection with him. Okay. But that's no problem.
The reason why I have a connection with Dink is because of the fact that he was serving aboard a ship that was transporting our company to take care of an urbanized planet that was deployed to unbanized planet.
Right.
So-
It was a transport.
And
Yeah.
that was also during the same time he was kicked out.
Right. Okay. So this was more of an exercise for me to know if you guys know. if that makes any sense. Okay, so you guys are in Marduk, right? You guys just finished being rescued from the locals after your shuttle was shot down. You happened to make it to the down port. You met the Gamgan where he told you about an intercept he received about a treasure ship on Orenisur that is down because they had engine problems and they're waiting for replacement parts. And he thought this would be a good opportunity to maybe capitalize on this. because he has no love for the Empire, and he has no love for the Oslons either. He provides you some information that he has. You guys take his information and you head back up to the upport where you find your ship, and you bring the part that you were able to acquire from salvage on the planet side. You fix the jump drive and make your preparations to leave the system. And that's pretty much where we're at. Now, the last time anybody was paid would have been on... Why am I yellow? I don't like that color. I am going to switch to another color. Okay, the last time you guys were paid, and I'll put this on the map. Hopefully you guys are on the same page as I am. Let me zoom in a little bit because I'm having a hard time seeing this. Was 120. Okay. Yeah, that should work. So I just put payday. Now what normally happens is you get paid every 2 jumps, which is not really true. It's actually 4 weeks, because the way the jump normally works out is you make a jump, which takes a week, then you spend a week in system, either refueling, dropping off cargo, picking up passengers, or whatever, flying out to the gas giant or something, and that takes all in total about a week, and then you make and you can do that twice every 4 weeks. So the next payday would be 4 weeks after the 120. Okay. Now in Discord, if you guys remember, I dropped a pay rate sheet. That pay rate sheet, you and your captain are going to have to work on or decide if that's where you fall. I need you guys to do that now.
Okay.
So you can take it upon yourself to have interviews or talk individually, or you can talk as a group, or however you want to do it. But you need to note how much you get paid and how much this captain is going to have to deduct every 4 weeks. This does not count the bonus of loot,
Correct.
of spoils, or what have you. Now, partially the reason why I did the connections was so that I could see who was, I'm going to use air quotes, friends with each other. Because you might, as an overall crew, everybody knows somebody. You have connections with each other. A friend of a friend is my friend. So you might all consider yourselves friends, and if you do, you don't necessarily have to take specifically the job position's pay. You could say, we're all equals here. Or you could say, well, you don't know anything about a ship, so why am I going to be paying you, however you guys want to do it. And then now I'll say, role playing. I'm just going to sit back and listen and wait for my prompts.
I, for one, think that Maury's earlier idea of just doing it as shares is the most equitable. We're all in this together, so sink or swim as one.
That's all well and good. However, some of the crew can't accompany us on the more profitable missions, and so that would leave them out. I.e. the NPCs.
Oh,
Wouldn't that allow
There's
them?
still
Well, you don't have any connection with them, other than they're not your friends.
yeah. I mean, from a meta point of view, do they need to get shares, or can we just pay them flat rate and do travelers only get shares?
I believe they should get a share. They are actually
Yeah.
doing the work on the ship. Now,
Yeah.
the stuff that we do outside of the ship, they may not get a percentage of. That's the only thing I would stipulate.
The division of the spoils. If you look at the division of spoils, well, of course, everyone knows that King Oleb gets 10% off the top. And then, second, work out the total number of shares, and it says every ordinary crewman has 1 share, and the travelers, i.e., players, have 2 shares each. And then the captain has 5 shares. That's ancient, and that's an ancient tradition.
I mean, I like the sound of that.
Yeah, so the NPCs are basically hirelings, so they get 1 share of the loot. So if you counted it, I'm not going to count Shaq because he decided to leave the crew. But we get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then with the captain, that's 15, 16, 17 with the 2 NPCs. So you divide by 17, and that would be the value of each share. Now that's when you get loot, like when you get paid for a, like if you, let's just say you take the treasure out of the treasure ship and you sell it, and it comes up 1,000,000 credits, let's just say. You would just take that 1,000,000 and divide by 17, and then that's how you divvy it up. That's the division of the spoils. But that's in addition to just your monthly salary. Now, if you look at the monthly salary, you're looking at the pilot gets paid the most. He would get paid $6,000 a month, where the Marines only get $2,000 a month.
I have an exceptional problem with that, since I'm the one getting shot at.
Yes,
I am
and
the one risking my
what
life
about
and
the-
limb, and I get paid too? No.
Yeah, what
No,
about
Mr.
the
Marine,
pay?
I do want to point out that while that is true, when you are on the ship, I'm the one that keeps you alive.
I'd like to point out that the Marines are the captain's best friends.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. If you guys want to, like, say everyone gets 4,000 or something, like, balance it out or whatever.
I'm fine with equal pay.
But
Yeah,
the,
I don't care.
the question is, who's paying us?
The captain.
Yes, from the ship's collective funds,
So
which
here's
do need to be replenished as we go.
and there's no accounting for the ship's collective fund in the ancient method, which is why the proposal I have, the proposal that I've put forward is one that's been studied off of many different ancient traditions, wherein the ship itself becomes a crew member who earns itself a share with the intent of keeping the ship in good operation and good spending.
The ship's food's more expensive than yours. It gets more than 1.
That's, the ship gets
Oh,
3
okay.
shares to everyone else's 1 share. That's normally how
Not
it
to
breaks down.
mention, The shape that the ship is in at the moment, it needs some serious love.
Yes, which is why I was thinking monthly salary 6,000 each, and 5% of any hauls. Everything else goes to the ship.
Captain, does that count what we've already done before we got these guys?
Yes.
Okay, so anything that you have in your personal inventory / personal funds, that was all pre.
No, I meant the
campaign.
2.5 million.
Yeah, that's
credit
already.
that we did.
Yeah, that's already gone straight to the ship.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's in the ship's fund. So
That's a ship like operating fund. But if you feel like you deserve a cut of that, you can definitely,
But that's why I was asking.
Yeah, let me back
didn't
up.
know.
Let me back up and let you like fight it out.
I don't need a whole lot of stuff. Just a working ship. And
Okay,
training manual.
so Kirsch says, so I'm not. Am I getting? How much am I getting?
6,000 a month, plus 5% of hauls.
Okay, that sounds good. I accept. And Ben says, "Is that the same for me, Cap?"
Yes.
Okay.
See, if we ever capture a ship, which is the big money, we need 2 pilots and 2 engineers, and we have here a pilot and an engineer. We can't get the ship back to sell it without them.
Right.
It's only fair. Fair's fair.
Okay, thank you. So make sure you make a note on the ship.
If you guys are good with that.
So go to the ship sheet. Right? It's a character sheet.
Yes.
And I should have it already assigned to log. You see that? It should say trade log. He's not pulled it up yet.
Yeah, sorry, found it. Log. Yes.
Okay. So it doesn't need to stay there, but you see your group funds right there.
Yes.
And you see that I've already put Marduk in the purchase UWP, and I've already put whatever that planet name is, Torpal, I think. Trying to find. Yeah, Torpal. I've already put Torpal in the sale UWP, even though that has nothing to do with what you're doing. Now, when you switch the tabs, the only thing that changes is the part that's in the red and black.
Yes.
Everything down at the bottom should stay the same. Or is it? No. Or is it the other way around? Other way around. Yeah, there we go. But yeah, so if you click on ship, should have you got the notes at the bottom, but find somewhere to annotate how much you're paying your crew. Maybe over here where it says crew in text. You can get rid of all that and type whatever you want.
Oh, right there. Yeah. That would work. But
Yeah.
show
Or you could just add it to your monthly running cost where it says maintenance cost.
Yeah.
Because that's in addition to your crew salaries you have to pay. If you ever miss a monthly maintenance payment, that basically says that you haven't got your tune-up or you haven't got your checkup. That is basically part of the fees when you land. You pay out your monthly maintenance fees so that they can replace burnout light bulbs or make sure everything's running well, or grease the landing gear, whatever they've got to do. So that's a monthly.
Okay.
Yeah. So keep track of that character sheet.
Yes. Strix, what exactly was your idea percentage-wise?
100%.
Oh, Maury's idea was to.
Oh, that was
Uh,
Maury's.
Yeah,
My
it was
bad.
Maury. He had he can probably explain it get better, but it was basically share for everyone, 3 shares to the ship.
Yeah, that so that would be. Sorry, I need to clean my screen. That would be 8 shares to the crew, and then some number of shares to the ship. And I think the easiest balance is 8 shares to the crew, 4 shares to the ship. So the crew ends up splitting 66% of whatever we take, and then the ship gets a third to run for maintenance and care. We can change that, do 8 shares to the crew, 6 to the ship, or 8 shares and 8. Really, if we do want to give the ship 50%.
Well, I mean, my only concern with that is we just had to buy practically a nothing part, and it cost us 25K.
Yeah, so the repair is a good concern, but we do have, I think, 12 million credits in ship shares that can only be spent on repairs. Currency might not be the limiting factor for repairs. Time not spent running from planet to planet, chasing after the big score might be more of a concern for us. I believe we're on something of a deadline as it stands right now. But yeah, like I said, we can balance the shares however we want. If we want to put more shares towards the ship until we pay it off, 50% to the ship, 5% to each crew member, that works out. With Oleg taking his 10% off the top.
Yeah. So looking at the numbers, 8 to the crew, 8 to the ship works out to roughly 5% each.
Yeah, roughly.
So, yeah, but we're on the same page. We're just approaching it different ways.
Yeah, the reason I did it my way is because it allows us to bring on new crew without having to recalculate percentages. But
absolutely,
the same value stands, and I do think paying off until we know what our maintenance costs to repair the ship and bring it back up to fighting fit, I don't mind putting more money into the ship's coffer. Especially because if we decide that we don't actually need that much money in the ship's coffer, we can always choose to pay out to all of the stakeholders, which is to say us.
Oh, that actually reminds me. With this plan, the ship will afford you, we'll say, reasonable allowances for equipment. Say if we find a black market laser gun dealer, the ship buys your equipment within reason. If you want a new microscope, you got to buy that. That's no.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense for the ship to buy materials and tools that can be used by the ship. So if we find a good deal on, let's pray that we can find a good deal on some armored boarding suits, guys. That would be nice.
Okay, but so everyone's fine with that percentage and a flat rate.
I am, yeah.
Okay.
Kirsch says yeah. Ben says yeah.
I'm marking it down. Character sheet, not a tab. That's why I can't find it. Okay.
All right. So, by the time you receive the message from Arunasir, it's already been 3 weeks. Okay. And so they don't know how long it's going to take for this ship to receive parts. But apparently they don't have the parts on that planet. So it was going to take time for them to request the part and to get the part and then install the part. So, so like you said, you don't really know how much time you have available. So having said that, do you want to spend time in system looking for passengers and freight going to Torpal?
The devil we will. Not.
I would prefer not to. Time
Yeah,
is
no.
Yeah.
of the essence.
Well, you currently have 2.5 million in the ship's locker or the ship's safe. So you do have a little bit of wiggle room not to worry about passengers and cargo just yet. Plus, the reward or the payout if you were to succeed would outweigh any passengers or cargo, probably. Okay, so you want to do, what do you guys want to do? You want to just leave system?
Yes.
Okay, so did you pay for fuel?
Yes, we had paid for
Unrefined and
unrefined and had it refining.
and then you refined it yourself. Yep, that's right. Okay. Yeah, so you're fully charged. You don't need to visit the gas giant.
Correct.
Okay, or the water on the planet or buy fuel. Are you, as you leave the system, are you actively looking for ships to pirate?
Yeah.
So if a ship presents itself, you will take advantage of that.
What's the So I remember there was a single SDB at the Marduk High Port when we first came in, but there were docks indicating that there were more.
Correct.
After the attack from Ogma, I don't know how to pronounce that.
Ogma.
Ogma. After the attack from Ogma, is there more of a system police presence rolling around, or is it still just the one ship floating?
That seemed like it was a regular thing.
You see, as you're leaving the spaceport, you will have an opportunity to see through scans or through visuals that the spaceport was hit a number of times with some kind of weapon attacks, missiles, or lasers, or what have you. So the repairs are underway for the space station. The system defense boat is still present. There's not a second or third one. Unless someone wants to make a sensor roll.
Sure. I will. Strix will give a little scan, sniff around, see what we're.
I can help
looking
with
at
that.
here.
A little snoopy.
Yeah, a little
Sensor scans. How would you help?
With my sensor skill, but yeah, never mind. That's fine.
Okay, so but how would you go about helping another person do their sensor scan?
I guess I wouldn't.
Right. So you can. I don't see a way. Now that doesn't mean that two people can't also two people be scanning. You know, both can each scan. That shouldn't be a problem. But you're sharing the same sensors, so you might interfere with each other.
Could I use electronics computers to try and help whoever ends up doing the scan by maybe pulling up and sorting through our history of scanned entries to
Right.
try and cross-reference ships that we've already identified previous times through the space, so we can maybe have an idea of like ruling some out or ruling some in as certain types.
Yeah, so if you want to do a chain of a secondary skill like computers, you definitely can. You would do that first, though. I know it's probably in reverse because the scan would pick up a bunch of images and data, and then you would be using your computer skill. But the skill being used is actually sensors. So, yeah, and that way, like whoever's scanning with the sensors would get a plus or a minus based on the data that you find.
All right. Anyone see any problem with me giving someone a hand?
Give her.
Now the ship
Just don't mess with flight controls.
character sheet should have a modifier for sensors.
That would probably be
On the ship's character sheet.
I will roll computers now while you
Yeah.
dig that out for Morgan.
Right.
If I remember correctly, it's big.
Yeah, so an 8. Let me check something. I know that's success, right? But there's no effect.
sensors advanced. That's what it says.
Yeah, I mean,
Advanced, I think, is +4.
yeah, it's big.
Or no,
It's
sorry, +2.
5 tons.
Yeah. Advanced sensors are +2 to the DM.
Okay, for some reason, what the heck? Here, I just flew past it. Okay, here we go. Right, I know that. Opposes, yeah, know that. Here we go. Succeed with an effect of 0 gives a +1.
I am helping.
You are helping by +1. And then you're saying advanced is +2?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Cool.
Is that not on the character sheet?
We have sensors advanced listed down, but it doesn't have the modifier plunked in anywhere.
Yeah, it doesn't say sensor mod +2.
Yeah, it just has it
No.
down as 0, and military countermeasures is also down as 0.
Okay, just a second. Sensors advanced. Okay. So let me verify that because you can go ahead and roll and add the +3, the 1 and the 2.
Yeah.
And then if something was to change, I'll figure it out. Just go ahead and roll.
12.
That's not bad.
Pretty good.
Okay, because it's a little weird here because it says you have visual windows, right? You also have thermal, so you can pick up heat emissions. You have EM, where your sensors detect emissions across the EM field, right? Low radio waves, gamma waves. But you also have radar, which gives you a +2 to your sensor roll. And then it says you have advanced, which also includes neural activity scanners. So it doesn't say that advanced is +2. It says that all are +2. That's weird. So
Oh, I dug my information out of the High Guard book, so
yeah,
I don't know if
we're not using it.
okay.
Yeah, I have it. I'm not focusing on that. But basically, well, okay. Let me get to a totally different part of this book. Okay, that's sensor locks. Electronic warfare, or it doesn't matter. Okay, so advanced tech level 15 has a DM of +2. Yep, right there. It says improved is +1.
Yep.
So make sure you put that on the character sheet.
Okay.
Yeah, that's under the ship construction rules.
Yep.
You would think it would be under the ship scanner rules, but oh well. All right, so you got a 12, which is an effective 4.
Uh-huh.
Now let me get to the page. It only takes you about 4 hours to get to the jump a jump spot. So 30-minute. Well, no, from space, it's only going to take you about 4 hours. Should use this. There we go. That makes it a lot easier. Insert. Okay. Sorry. I'm having to jump books, which is frustrating. Hunting. Okay, here we go. Okay, I'm gonna need a D66 roll, and this one, the first die gets a -1. So it's basically a 0 through 5, and then with a D6 at the end. Go ahead, Captain. Give me a D66 roll.
Oh, okay.
You can just give me the roll. I'll figure it out. 2d6. Just roll 2d6.
Okay. And done. So a 51.
51. That's correct. 51. Okay. So, you do get a connection with that sensor roll. It does reveal. What keeps jumping around? Oh, someone's typing chat. Why chat in the chat when you have a microphone? Okay. Give me another 2d6 roll.
If it's still -1, then it's a 5.
No. Just 2d6.
Oh, 1 and 5.
Okay. So 6. You detect 6 ships.
Oh. Busy system.
These guys are all close together. Way out in the distance, maybe closer to the gas giant. You don't know what size, shape. It's just blips way out there in the distance.
6 ships close together. Huh.
That's far too hot. I'm not opposed to the idea of taking a ship on our way in, since that would give us some flexibility once we get to Aranseer in terms of taking away of the spoils. But 6 on 1 when they might group together is no good, and taking one and having the other 5 able to identify us is also no good.
Yeah, and they're about 4 days away.
And yeah, time is no good. So
they're way out by the gas giant. You just rolled so good that you were able to detect them.
Just to confirm, we're going Marduk to Torpal, Torpal to Blue, Blue to Aranseer is the idea, right? I'm assuming, crew?
Sounds good.
Okay. I mean,
only way there.
maybe what's the law level in? Wow, they're both relatively high law levels. Okay.
Yeah.
Torpal's only got a 10 law level. Come on.
Yeah, we might find something on the way. And Clark is friendly to us, so if we do catch someone, we might be able to just quickly drop it off in Clark.
Possible.
But I would like
that would require an extra weekend jump.
At least another weekend jump, yeah.
2 really.
2, yeah, because in and out. Am I reading it correctly? Blue is a TL11 system. Might be worth doing some last minute shopping on Blue before we head in, as the captain said, to pick up, potentially some useful tools that we might not have access to.
Yes, that's along my thinking, yes.
As long as it's not, like, violence related. Because her law level is high.
Yeah.
If you want to pick up like vac suits or like radios or survival equipment, you know,
Try
like
and connect with
like
the black market if they
like
have one too.
ropes or something. Oh yeah, you can spend a week or two there looking for a black market. Absolutely.
Even though it's high law level, would we be able to buy accessories for weapons?
I doubt it.
Okay.
They might have. They might have like. Let me go to the handouts. Equipment. Not equipment. What am I in? UWP data. Yeah, they would have shotguns. Nope, shotguns are banned. Okay, so they have no weapons. They have bladed weapons. Maybe they are a sword society. Yeah, if a shotgun is banned, that means everything's going to be pretty much banned.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean that there aren't people with guns. I mean, there might be police officers carrying guns. Maybe. They're probably like billy clubs. Might be a polite society. I guess you'll have to land and find out. Or you could just go to the gas giant and keep just gas refuel, and get to Uransir.
I mean, we are very limited on time. It's probably better to do that.
Okay,
Wasn't
so
it like
okay, to let's cut to the chase. You're not going after these 6 ships out and at the gas giant.
Correct.
So when you get to the 4-hour mark of your journey out of system, you're going to make the jump.
Yes.
And you're jumping to Torpal.
Yes.
Okay. So there's going to be a couple of rolls needed. This is a chain. It starts with the Astrogator.
That is me.
Okay, so the Astrogator should probably make an astrogation roll to plot the jump. Now, FYI, hang on. There are some modifiers that you need to know. The first one is how many you get a minus for every parsec you're jumping. So you're jumping 2, so you get a -2. It starts off as an easy roll, which I think is a 3.
Like a 3 or a 4, I think.
Yeah, I don't think there's any odd numbers. I think it's, but I don't know why I was thinking 3. Running out of power? No, that's not what I'm looking for. Not this time. I had the page pulled up and then I went looking for something else. Okay, here we go. Prepare the jump. Nope, sorry. Jump travel. Astrogation, easy 4 better. And it only takes 1d6 times 10 minutes, right? Now you have this thing called I want to take my time, right? If you take your time, you get a +2. So it would basically, it jumps the time scale from 10 minutes to 10 hours. So you could take 1d6 time. Well, actually, it might be less than that.
Does it move it up one time frame when you do that?
It does.
So it would go to 1d6 hours, I think. If we're at 1d times 10.
Okay, so 10 minutes goes to 1 hour.
Yeah. In my copy, it's on 62 of the core rulebook.
Okay. That's right. That's where the skills and tasks are. There we go. Yeah, 1d10 times 10 minutes goes to 1d hours. You're absolutely right. So if you want to take a little bit extra time, instead of 1 hour, it could take up to 6 hours.
I don't think we're so chuffed for time that this is going to be that big a deal. Anyone mind if I take my time with this one?
And you have the 4-hour ride out there.
Right, so it could potentially be 2 hours extra. That's all.
Oh, yeah, then definitely take our time, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's why I suggested it.
Yeah.
So do you want a 1D to figure out how long it takes first?
Oh, no. You got to make that roll.
First, we get to see if you failed or not, and then if you failed, we get to see how long we waited for it.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, delightful.
Yeah.
Education.
Yeah, now you get education as well.
Yep. And there's... so it's -2 because 2 jumps.
But it's +2 because you took your time.
Oh, so that's actually an 11 then.
Right. Okay, so the effect being...
3.
No, it's not an 8. His target number was 4.
Oh, right.
Was 4 plus
Oh.
2 minus 2. So with an 11,
The effect was 7.
effect is 7. Okay, so you plotted it. How long did it take you?
It took
1 die. Yep, 6 hours. Okay, so you get out there, you're in space, you're hovering, you're waiting, plotting a course. He's like, give me a second, I'm going to plot this course perfectly. And you do. And so now you're going to give the jump engineer a +7. So who's jump engineering this?
I guess that would be I.
I would think so, right? So it's also an easy task, jump drive with your education. Now this would also take 1 die times 10 minutes. If you want, you can speed the process up and you would get a -2.
I'm not worried about it. With a +7, I'm not really worried about it.
Okay. Well, what does that mean that you're not worried about it?
I'm not going to take the extra time.
Okay. But I'm saying you could speed it up. And only take a +5. But instead of it taking up to an hour, it would probably just take a couple of minutes.
No, I see no reason to push our luck.
Exactly. So you're just going to go default. All right. So it's engineering education +7. Now, before you roll, I should ask the navigator, the /astrogator, where in Torpil are you jumping? To the gas giant or to the planet?
does
Yeah.
Do we want to land so that we can potentially gather some intel about where we're going, or do we just want to blitz?
Yeah. I vote we land, gather intel, plus to be quicker to fuel up at the station itself.
It may behoove us to try and learn the whereabouts of the real engineering relief crew so we can get rid of them.
Wouldn't they be coming from the Imperium?
Yes. But, I mean, you never know what we could find.
Yeah, I mean, there's no reason not to get more
Yeah.
intel if we can get it.
So
Yeah,
you're planning on going to the world?
Yeah, to the world.
Okay. All right. So the engineer needs to make a roll. +7. Luckily, you didn't roll snake eyes. That's good. Yeah. So you guys go. You enter into jump space, and it's a very smooth transition into jump space. You know, you see that little, and then, and you're in, and you're traveling. So we're gonna take a week in jump space. We're gonna do a day-by-day role play. No, we're not. But yeah, you guys are gonna be locked away on the ship for a week. I would like to know, you don't have to tell me like what you're doing every minute of your day. What I want to know is there any one thing that you want to do while you're in jump space that you've been waiting to do? One of it could be discussing your plans, but I want to give you an opportunity to spend some time alone with each other. You don't have any passengers. Or are you just gonna like put your head down, put your hood up, and just do your duty and go hit the rack?
Well,
I think
Gabe?
I'm going to probably go and talk to the other Marine and just, try to come up with a plan and check out both of our equipment.
Okay, so approach him and say what you're gonna say.
If we're gonna have, hey, I think it's probably a good idea to double check and triple check our equipment, make sure all the weapons are perfect for functioning in cleaned order. And
Who are you talking to?
I forgot who the other Marine
Drix.
is. Drix.
Strix?
Strix just kind of like looks over. He's busy with his rapier drills. He's trying to he's trying to learn to put his money where his mouth is.
Is that what you are studying in your downtime?
It is, in fact. Yep.
Okay, so this is normally how you build up your weeks towards your leveling. So it's understood that you if you like, let's say you pick melee combat as the skill you're trying to learn. It's understood that you're doing that in the background, but yeah. So you approach him. He's studying with his sword. Go ahead. I'm sorry, I interrupted.
Yeah. Hey, I had an idea. You want to just double check, triple check our equipment to make sure it's all in functioning and working order, just in case we have to board a ship?
Well, I'm sure mine's working fine. I've had no problems with it yet. And he's pretty nonchalant about actually doing some work. So you get the sense he's trying to dodge out of, putting in some busy time.
Well, do you want to spar?
Fidel, my good man. And I don't know if we have a spare sword, but I'm sure we could rummage something up that
just pulls out his bayonet.
Oh shit. Capital. How about you?
All right.
Did you guys want to actually go through a melee fight and see who can kill each other?
Not particularly.
No, just mainly practicing.
Like non-contact?
Like,
Okay, so you're not trying to go for like first blood or anything like that. You're just trying to.
I'm picking up what he can do. He's probably gonna learn from me.
Right.
You're gonna learn nothing from Strix. He's got no melee ability.
Well, you got the manuals.
Wait, he has no melee ability?
Literally nothing. Not even
Well,
zero.
you see him holding the sword by the pointy end.
I got a level 1 in Blade.
Yeah, no, he's like mostly focusing on, doing fancy flourishes and making it look good. It's not effective.
Do you have?
No, I'm gonna help him learn then. I'm gonna help him learn how to use that rapier.
Okay, Faustus, do you have gun combat?
Yeah.
What level?
Gun combat says 0, but I have energy and slug of 1.
Okay, so slug at 1. Okay.
Yep.
So with your rifle, with an attached bayonet, you actually can use your gun combat skill.
I do have a blade of 1.
So yeah, I mean so you can use it when it's not attached to your rifle as well.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying that it's treated as a spear if you have it mounted on your rifle.
Ah, okay.
Just FYI. Because you're prior service military and you were trained in how to, thrust and twist and all that jazz. Okay, so yeah, so you guys kind of spend some time working out together, expressing or teaching each other what you know about blade combat, etc. And anybody else want to interact with any person?
Maury probably would be keeping an eye out on this sort of stuff, and on the sight of people heading towards an area to practice, like the cargo hold with blades, he would probably follow just to sort of sit behind them and make fun of them and point out helpful little corrections, since I'm a better blade fighter than either of them.
Okay. So you just want to see how the peasants act. Okay, gotcha.
No. Straighten your elbow. Tuck your left foot. If you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a blade.
Okay.
Oh no, I'll drag him into it too.
Yeah.
We'll teach.
You think
Strix how to use a blade?
You think you know it? Okay, you come over here and show us. Yeah, I got you. Okay, anybody else?
Strix will bleed.
Yeah,
I've got all my servants helping me out now. This is great.
That's right.
If everyone else, Gabe would like to talk to Mason. He has an idea about. Well, he has an idea, and he'd like to bounce it off his head.
Okay, so where does he find you?
Okay. I was actually waiting to see if he brought that back up, because I was going to say...
Where does he find you?
I found him in the engine room.
Oh, okay.
To see him about this very thing.
Okay. So where does he find you?
Okay.
Probably rechecking that part we put in the jump drive.
No. Gabe, you're going to find the captain. Yeah. Where does he find you?
Probably in the hallway.
Okay, so you guys meet each other halfway. Okay. You're coming down. He's going up. Right. I got you. Okay. Yeah. Go ahead, Gabe.
Normally this would be extremely difficult, but if the information that we got from your contact is correct, that the engineering section has been damaged and that all the engineering staff is dead, we should be able to get in there. Now, I have an idea to separate the Martin II from the escorts. Now, normally it would be extremely difficult, but this actually, if we can get in there as a work crew, may actually be quite easy. We put in a relay where we can actually change the jump coordinates to what we want to when it comes from astrogation to the jump drive.
So, like incorporating a new computer into the system.
Essentially,
Midway.
yes. Essentially, yes. The only thing we'd have to worry about is where we're jumping to, and we'd have to be able to get those coordinates fairly close to when the Martin II is ready to jump.
What if? Wonder if they lost anyone else in the fight. Shame we can't just put Tomlin up there or something.
That's
But
yes, wait and find out.
Yeah, I was hoping to speak with you about good ways to do that. As far as I know, you just can't interfere with it. You're saying you could put in a relay?
Well, let's put it this way: if the rumors that he passed on to us are true, they're going to be replacing quite a bit of equipment, which means we'll be able to dig deep into it. I can get into those hard lines that normally you can't get to, and insert a, as you mentioned, a computer that we can go ahead and send coordinates to, so the jump drive gets the coordinates we want instead of what they're doing up in astrogation.
I like it. Now, another thing is, according to Enery, the security officer for the ship has a certain penchant for ex-Navy. I was thinking that could be our in, is you could, you didn't leave on great terms. Now maybe you're looking for work. And
yeah, but there's no
reason.
There's no reason for them to know that. And from my notes, it's the first officer, Janad. Yes, he likes ex-Navy. The Marine commander, I don't have his name, but I've got it written down as he's a cyborg.
Yes, you're right. You're very right. He's the monster. My eyes flash. Now, as I recall, Tomlin is also ex-Navy. We might be able to work with him to get the two of you in, if we can't intercept the real relief crew.
Having Parr or even Gersh might not be a bad idea either.
Right, engineers.
So, like I said, it's an idea, and a lot of this we won't even know until we actually get there and see it.
Right. I just wanted to make sure you were thinking along the same lines. I like the relay. We need to get on that. Figure out a budget for that, and I'll go run numbers.
Actually, I have a computer that's got an expert program for jump drive on it already.
Oh. So, does the computer do our jumps?
No, I do the jumps. This
okay.
It's just I got it as a backup in case I found out it was going to be hard to jump, actually.
Okay, that's fair, I suppose.
Now, I can't do anything, at least as far as I know, as to the Marines or the other personnel on the ship. And I'm not even 100% sure this will work. But
right. Go on.
No, but
that's.
I still think
I was really hoping to work with young Shaq. It's a shame he decided to stay behind and live a simple life in a factory. But strange decision too. But I was hoping to work with him to see if maybe we could buy some bulk, some bulk narcotics, and just sort of have whoever is on board just slip them into the water right before the ship comes out of jump space. If we're on the ship, get it fixed, get it jumped. Discussions that didn't happen here.
And also, if I read the book correctly, once we get into jump, they have no idea where we're going. They're trusting the jump drive. They won't know what's going on until we actually drop out of jump.
Right. And so we intercept with narcotics. Of course, getting the ship into jump so we can steal the whole ship is the plan we're going with, then, not just the vault.
That's I don't see how we'd be able to take the vault without anyone knowing. Taking the ship, on the other hand, might actually be easier.
Okay. So we need to get Tomlin in on this then, as the other in for the heist, and I need to put together a budget for drugs. So many drugs.
Okay.
All right. Was there anybody else that needed to interact or wanted to take an opportunity to do a little role playing with their fellow crewmates? I take that as a no. Okay.
That depends. Is Kirsch considered a crewmate? I wanted to
Yeah,
compare notes with
absolutely.
him on piloting styles.
Yeah. Where do you want to find him?
Probably meet him in the mess hall.
Okay. Yeah. He's there.
I didn't really have anything specific. I just
He's got a
compare
bowl.
notes and-
He's got a bowl of oatmeal or something like that in front of him. Ears are down and tail is tucked.
Okay.
As you approach him.
Hey Kirsch, what's going on?
Eating this slop.
I can't help but notice you're a very good pilot.
Oh, well, I don't really get an opportunity to show off my skills nowadays. But thank you.
You're welcome. I was wondering if we could spend some time comparing notes. I'll go make me a bowl of oatmeal as well. Sit down with him. A little positive reinforcement for the guy who's beaten.
Yeah. What kind of notes are you talking about?
Just like different like scenarios, how he would react versus how I would. Being that he used to be a pirate and I was Navy, the tactics would be different.
So
Positions would be different.
So what are you saying? This is the game master asking you. What are you saying? What are you doing? Not narrating.
Sitting down with him and just chatting.
Don't narrate. Tell me what you're doing. Tell me what you're saying. What are you saying?
So Kirsch, how
Yeah.
You were the captain of your ship, right?
I was. Unfortunately, they bastards. They just drop me off because they think I made a bad decision.
Well, that's ridiculous.
Well, it was
Bad
a bad.
decisions.
It was a bad decision, but I know that now. I wouldn't make the same decision twice.
Understandable. Out of curiosity, did you fly your ship often, or were you just like just the captain?
We kind of took turns flying. I was mainly the captain, but from time to time I would have to take the helm.
Okay. How would you go about attacking this treasure ship?
Well, I don't think I would attack a treasure ship. Not with this Harrier. Mainly because we only have one working turret, and secondly, that from my understanding, those ships can take a pounding because they're built to withstand quite a bit of punishment. So it wouldn't really be a fight. So we're gonna have to do something a little more cerebral, I think. We're gonna have to think of a good plan. But but you probably remember the treaty that the Empire and the Aslan have, where the Aslan have they signed a peace treaty with the Empire so that they would not approach any closer to their space. But you know how cats are. Cats are just the worst, and they have no self-control, and they don't understand loyalty like a Vargur does, and so they constantly maybe not in this area, but they're constantly trying to expand their territory, and I think the Empire knows this, that the weak-willed Aslan, if not given or not given incentives to not advance, they would advance into this area and take it over, and maybe violate a treaty that they have with the Empire. So what the Empire does, my understanding is, they periodically will send gifts, and then he uses his paw to make, air quotes, treasure to the tribes that are the strongest along the border, to enlist their aid in policing their own and not advancing into this area. So this is probably one of those ships going to the Aslans as a gift, or payment or reward for not advancing any further.
So you've spent most of your time out in this area, so you would know.
Yeah.
Okay. So do you think that's a possibility if we intercept enough of their treasures that the Aslan will try to push into the territory?
They might. Well, it would violate the treaty, but they have this, like, it's part of their culture, it's part of their upbringing, and their social status is determined by how much land they possess. So and if a world is owned by, let's say a world every acre of the land is owned already by various families. Once you have more children or the family grows, now you've got landless children, and that's a disgrace. So they have to reach out and find new land. And so it basically goes against their culture not to expand. I don't know if they will violate the treaty, but I think the younger, more eager Aslan don't care about the treaty. It's the older, more powerful clans that care about that kind of thing.
Understood. Did you ever, while you were out here pirating, did you ever spoof your transponder to show up as a different ship?
That is very hard to do. But yeah, I know that is a very common tactic amongst pirates.
Do you think it'd be worth it for us to try?
I think this ship has that already built in.
Oh.
Doesn't it?
I'm unsure.
Maybe ask the captain.
I'm looking.
Fair enough.
No, I think this ship has a dial on the transponder that you can say, okay, I want to be a merchant, I want to be a warship, I want to be, a treasure ship, or I don't know. I think they might all be blank, and it's waiting for the players to decide what those options are, or something like that.
What's a player? Is it a game?
No, it's a traveler. Someone that goes from world to world and tries to make their fortune that way.
So like us, I got you. All right. I'm sorry, Kirsch. I've never been anything but a Navy pilot.
It's also somebody that tries to build up their harem.
Ah,
that's a player.
I've heard tales of the great Suderix the Starborn.
Oh, I don't know about
that.
All right. Well, I'm going to finish my oatmeal. Well, Tomlin finishes his oatmeal, stands up, and offers a paw bump to Kirsch and says, listen, man, if you ever need to talk or you need anything, you come let me know, all right?
Okay, well, us pilots, we've got to stick together. Hey, before you leave, I got to ask you this. So, about this captain of ours, right?
Yeah.
Don't you think that you might make a better captain?
No.
No?
No.
Even if I backed you on it?
Well, so, buddy, here's the thing.
Okay.
He's much older than I am. He's
Okay.
much wiser than I am.
Okay.
He's been around the block a lot longer.
Right.
And if I'm not mistaken, and don't get me wrong, I like you. I do. But you're a pirate from start to finish. Your crew mutinied against you. What's to stop you from turning on me the moment I took the ship anyway?
I would never do that. Within the first week.
See, that's what I like about you, Kirsch. You can't hold the lie for too long. All right. Well, I'll talk to you later, buddy. Enjoy your breakfast.
Okay, just keep it in mind, and if we need to get rid of the captain, I'm behind you.
Understood.
All right. But you didn't hear it from me.
Absolutely not. I do the Tomlin does the lip seal zip thing.
Okay. He can't really do that with his snout, but okay. He goes back to his oatmeal. All right. So, anybody else?
Derek, what I'm looking at the ship sheet and I'm not seeing anything about spoof. The only thing that seems strange is the holographic hull, but I don't think that has anything to do with it.
Right. So, give me a second. That's what I'm actually looking up right now. At least I thought I was. Carrier. Okay, full version. Okay, there we go. Let me see. Equipment. Repairs. Okay. Hope it doesn't take me a minute to find this, but upper bridge. Lower bridge. Ship's log, officer's stateroom, crew stateroom, common room, galley, doors, barbette, lower deck. Here we go. Armament, avionics, and sensors. Oh, countermeasures.
We can always get into this later if you like.
Right. I might be misspoken. There might not be anything like that. But I thought there was. Maybe I'm thinking holographic hull.
From what I remember reading through the little Harrier manual that came, there wasn't anything specific for transponder codes. It's in something. It's not in the core rule book. I want to say it's like in companion or something.
But yeah, like I was saying or texting, can we just turn that stuff off and just run in without having it on?
I have a sneaking suspicion that would go over about as well as trying to fly into a city's airspace without your transponder code on would currently happen.
Yes.
Yeah, but against the ship, they would have like they would only see us through radar and certain types of sensors.
You're
And the
saying
windows.
you're saying sneak up on a ship by not screaming, "We're right here. Our name is the Kestrel."
Yeah,
as we
pretty much.
sneak up on them.
Yeah,
I like it.
Yeah.
I love it.
I mean, I'm not a huge fan of trusting that they're bad at keeping a sensor watch to keep us from being spotted on the way in, but we can probably workshop that a bit.
They do
They
have
might
windows
get lazy.
too.
Yes,
It's
but
very hard to see things with meat eyes in space, and we do have pretty good stealth systems on our radar. So
That's true.
we could
Not if we turn them
technically-
off.
Technically, you guys could just go go completely silent, shut everything off until you're a certain distance away from the ship, then turn everything on except for the transponder, and just be like, "Surprise!" And they would just think that there was just some kind of asteroid flying by. or debris or
Problem
something.
is, we need. We
I think
kind
I
of
would
need
crap my
things
pants if that
already.
happened to us.
I'm just throwing that out there. I mean, I'm not the tactical guy.
Well, no, I mean that's terrifying. Could you imagine if just suddenly our window lights up with lasers? It's terrifying.
That's if they would see us coming.
Yeah, no. I mean, we go dark, drift up to them, and then boom.
Yeah, then
Like
we're
they-
right there.
That'd be terrifying.
Yes, you can absolutely turn off your transponder, but that is like as soon as you're determined to be a ship without a transponder, you're immediately assumed to be hostile. So now some people have like multiple settings on their transponders to say we're not the Kestrel, we're some other Harrier, or if you're far enough away, the transponder could tell them that you're like a far trader or something like that. But it's a little tricky to do that because, I know you're not going to do that right away or anytime in the immediate future. So what I'm going to do is put that on my task chain that I need to dig up that information, and then I'll provide it before next week. So that's
good.
Yeah. But yeah, you should be able to turn it off. I thought I read somewhere it's probably buried deep within the modules, and I don't want to go looking through every single page of the module right now to determine, but I think your ship has a variable transponder. But I will find that out later. None of you know how to work it right now, so there you go.
I think we should absolutely talk to Gabe about this plan of drifting up to ships to see if our ship is even currently capable of, doing that.
Well, you also have a holographic hull, which doesn't change the shape of your ship. It changes like the colors or the name that's printed on the side, or like maybe it has a Drinax Kingdom logo on it one time, and then it might have the Imperial Sunburst on it another time, or it might have the Aslan. But it basically it's kind of like, think of it like you have 5 different paint schemes, and you can pick and choose between your paint schemes. But that really is only a visual type. It doesn't make you invisible or something like that. Not a cloaking device. Okay, so you guys are getting ready to come out of jump in the Torpal system, close to the world of Torpal. Okay, Torpal is actually on the main highway, so I need a D66 from you, Capitone. I need a D66 with the plus 0. No pluses. No, wait. No, wait. I need to know the codes of Torpal. See, what do we got here? It is a water world.
That mean we're going to come across Dennis Quaid?
A water world. It's not the water world. Yeah. Yeah. So no pluses. So what'd you get?
10. 55.
55 is what you got. Okay. So you come out about 4 hours away from the main world. It's a very nice, smooth transition from jump space. For those of you that haven't seen the Torpal system thingamajigger, there it is. And then I showed you the world, like the system map, which basically just shows you all the different worlds and moons and all that. This is what the planet looks like from a distance.
A lot of hexagons.
Hexagons are the bestagons.
Right. The first thing that ships normally do when they come out
Not
of
wrong.
the first thing you normally do when you come out of a jump space is you take an assessment of what's immediately around you. So you'll get like somebody can do a sensor ops roll, and then also you would contact the planet if you want to make your presence known. Usually, it's a good thing to check in with the planet to let them know you're in the system, so that they can tell you if there's any emergencies, or they can put you on a good flight path, or provide security for your ship or something like that. Depending, like you might call in and say, you know, we've got this important dignitary we're transporting to the planet, so we would appreciate an escort. Or you might see somebody say something like, you know, we're just merchants and we're on our way in, and they might say, welcome, and don't go in this direction because there's a space battle or something, you know, whatever. But you might not even bother. You might just fly into the world.
Well, I'll
So-
make my sensors roll, and then we.
There
can
you go.
decide.
Let's do a sensor roll.
10.
And we got a 10. Oh, yeah, absolutely. You definitely see not too far away another ship going in. I could be incorrect. Hold on. You do see another ship, but yep, it's another ship heading inbound to the world. You can detect it's about 1,000 tons.
Can we
And
check
it's-
what kind of ship? Like from the silhouette, battle, trader.
Yeah, it's about 1,000 tons.
Okay.
It does have a transponder.
Ooh.
Yeah. So, which you can just tune into the transponder and listen. Basically, or it's a digital display, but it says that it's a 1,000 ton freighter, and its name is the Black Fold.
That is the sketchiest name for a freighter. Come on.
It does not sound like a trader.
The
Well, it doesn't say trader; it says freighter.
Oh.
And it is and your sensors tell you it's 1,000 tons. And it's making its way in system. But it's not far away. I mean, you could probably, if you were to turn your guns on it and fire, it would be an extremely far away, but you could do that. You're in range.
Is there anything else around? And how, like, are we within sensor range of the Torpal station itself, or anything else?
Um, um, probably You're probably out of range of everything, everywhere, all at once. Okay, hold on. Here's it. Ours is Drinax. Worlds. This cluster is named after the Torpal system. The Torpal cluster. Page 4. Okay, so it's a F4V star, which is a hot main sequence bright, orbited by 2 planetoid belts, 4 gas giants, 10 planets, including Torpal. The only planet to have life. Doesn't mean the rest of the system's not uninhabited, but they're far away. There's a lot of belters in the outer system. Their defense is we don't have anything worth bombing. Tafar is a small, has a commercial spaceport for the miners. The Imperial Navy has been known to travel through the system. And you do believe that this system has a flotilla of fighter craft. Yeah, so like somewhere between 10 and 50 tons. Most ships dock at the high port and take shuttles. You know how that goes. The high port is modern and well run, good facilities. And it has a private shipyard.
So, I guess, I mean, we don't have enough fuel to make an emergency jump to get out of Dodge, so I would suggest not starting a fight right now, unless we want to potentially spend a bunch of time bumming around in the outer system trying to lose a flotilla of fighter jets that are chasing after us.
Not incorrect.
Keep
Fun the
your eye
first
on the
time, but
big
not
prize.
yeah. Fun the first time, not so fun the later times. I think dock, refuel, maybe do some information gathering.
You have all been here before. Okay, just this is like background. You have all been here before because a lot of you were actually hired here on your way to Marduk. Okay, so this is where you are fairly familiar with this system. When I say flotilla, I'm talking like half a dozen fighters. The law level is high, but it's subtle. Its intent is to keep visitors safe and happy without intrusive law enforcement. You have seen law officers beating people in the streets, but that's rare. But you've all seen it, so it can't be that rare. And the cities have heavily armed paramilitary security forces that break heads to restore order.
Oh, great. We're in Baltimore.
Okay, so it's civilized. Good.
Yeah.
It's keeping the peasants in place. Excellent.
I was going to say, especially since we jumped into planet, if we had jumped into the gas giant, maybe we could do something. But
Now it's listed
this
as
close.
it's listed as being balkanized, like Earth, with like a bunch of different governments or whatever. But that's slightly misleading. It's true that all cities are self-governed, each with a council of provosts. But they cooperate and they have an advisory council. Now you've met, or at least maybe not all of you, but the initial crew has met a provost. Volks. He's a contact here. So if you need to talk to him to get anything done, he's happy to help, because your standing in this system has been improved. Remember, there's your ship has built up a standing, and part of that was by returning a criminal to this world, they were able to punish the criminal, and that made them like you guys, or like this ship and its crew.
Could you repeat his name again? Falx? Falx?
Is it not on the handout?
Yeah.
It's in the Torpal section, Morgan.
Oh, sorry, I was away from not looking at the tab, and it's literally just popped up.
Yeah.
Okay,
If I'm reading this correctly, this is a no weapons planet.
That you are correct.
But we can get quality computers here.
Well,
that's such a
sort of. I mean, if you consider, well, if you consider Tech Earth to be high quality computers.
Ah, okay. So I read it incorrectly. My bad.
Yeah, the Tech is 8. Law is 10. All right, so you fly in. They do have a high port, which means it'll save you time from having to land on the world. It is a water world, so you could, if you wanted to, you could land on the surface of the ocean and like suck up water. Or do you want to contact your buddy in the provost? Or do you want to just not and just like get fuel and move on to the next planet? Let me advance the time here.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Boop, there you
Hmm.
We're headed to blue next, correct? Better technology level there.
Mm-hmm.
yeah. I say that we go in, get what information we can, but we probably shouldn't screw around, honestly. Maybe just pick up some gossip where we can. I don't know. Provost Fox was before my time, so I don't know how willing he would be to, divulge possibly sensitive information about spicy treasure. But if he would, then might be worth hitting him up. But we should probably just get in, get out, get in, grab our fuel, get out. Not spend too much time wiggling about.
I agree with that.
So you're just going straight to the high port?
Yes.
Okay.
Maybe we can have some of the crew oversee the refueling, doing the like restocking, making sure we've got food for the next little while. Whoever, I think it was the captain and Tomlin were on the ship from the before times.
That's right.
You guys knew Flax, right? The Provost?
Yes.
Might be worth you guys touching base with him, seeing if you can wine and dine any information out of him that might be relevant about the treasure ship, and then maybe the Marines and I can go out and get into some trouble at a bar and see if we can scrounge some underworld info about what's going on. If there's any whispers that maybe some trans-shipping pirates or people of less nefarious or more nefarious natures might be willing to share.
No reason not to ask about if jobs are available there where they're fixing the Martin II. Don't mention the Martin II specifically. Just say you heard that they're looking for engineers and people that can do repairs.
Maybe you could run that one, because you're actually an engineer. You could speak with the verisimilitude of it, where we'd be monkeys with guns pretending to be engineers.
Yeah, I can do that. I'm fine with PAR, covering the refueling.
I was gonna just buy some stuff while I was here, just kind of.
Yeah, I mean, we can stop at the shops before we get a beer.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a couple of basic equipment. I mean, we already had the personal survival kits.
Okay, so you guys are going to spend a couple of days in port, checking the bars, shopping, contacting the provost, but basically have like 3 or 4 different little groups going and doing their thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah, cover more ground that way. Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So you guys dock at the Torpal Up port, which does not require a piloting check. It seems to be it's been refitted or upgraded to allow for an autopilot takeover, so it can just take you over and then automatically dock you, so you don't have to worry about it. So now once you get docked, the Upport provost comes to your ship. Basically, the provosts are law enforcement officers, but they're also like religious leaders. And but they're also like government administrators. And one of these guys, what's that?
So they're cops, priests, and bureaucrats?
Yes.
Whatever happened to
My
separation of church
God.
and state?
They don't know what that is.
Oh,
The church is the state, which is the government. Okay, so
that's scary.
So it's
Yeah.
a theocracy?
no,
Pretty much?
no. Every city state has their own. No, it's not. Kind of, but it's not.
Okay.
It's
I
more.
was just trying to put the,
It's more.
together.
It's more government and less religion, but they do both duties. So it's like if you violate part of the religion, then the government will beat you down. Okay, so they one of them approaches your ship, and is waiting to be paid.
What are the docking fees here?
1,000 credits a day.
Are we sure we want to do a couple days here?
Just the two. Just the
Okay.
two, I think.
So today and tomorrow and out tomorrow.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah, that sounds
two,
reasonable.
2,000 credits. And I just want to make sure you understand that no blades, no guns, no armor, no nothing that can be perceived as dangerous is allowed on the spaceport.
So no weapons of honor.
Nope.
I clap him on the jacket and go, "It's okay. You have to have honor before it's a weapon of honor."
Now be sure to
Okay.
be sure to leave your Leathermans and your Swiss Army knives on the ship because those are considered dangerous weapons.
Ah, welcome to Canada.
Yeah, nothing over a millimeter is allowed. You can't have any blades of any kind. If you have a spork, then you'll be thrown in jail.
Did they
Hey,
wear fuzzy hats and ride
Oh, so it's
horses?
England.
They wear fezzes.
Mason, while we're here, can we get some engineering and some electronic toolkits?
Sure, if they're available. I don't see why not.
Yeah, we have all kinds of toolkits that you can purchase, and they will be delivered to your ship. Because they're not allowed on the spaceport.
Because screwdrivers are scary.
Screwdrivers are
My
scary.
Geiger counter still.
A Geiger
Yeah,
counter
but
should
stab
a Geiger counter should be okay.
Okay. Why would I be carrying a Geiger counter? You always need to know when radiation.
Oh no, you're on a spaceport, so I definitely, especially an orbital spaceport, you never know when there could be a radiation leak.
And if I'm
I
not
get you.
incorrect, I think the damages on those two toolkits is going to be about 6,000.
As
Well,
long
just-
as they're Tech 8 or less, which means pre-stellar.
Just charge it to the ship, and
May I make a suggestion here?
we'll see.
Oh yeah, did you need fuel, life support, and all that? You
Yes, we'll be doing
just go ahead and pay that's standard rates. It's not
yes,
they're not, no.
unrefined.
100 credits per ton.
Yep.
And it
And
should
2,000.
take less than 2 days to have your ship filled.
All right,
Yay.
I think we can get the electronics here. That's a TL7, but the engineering's a TL12. But we are in a spaceport, so
Yeah, they're actually less than TL8 up here on the spaceport. They have
All right,
no
we can't get
no
an
manufacturing capabilities here. It's just whatever's on their inventory, which is almost nothing.
Oh, wait a second. No, we need a mechanical toolkit. That's TL5. That's only 1,000. I've got electronics.
Yeah, so yeah, mechanical just hammer and knife, screwdrivers
New
and
wrench
stuff like
set.
that. A new wrench set, yeah. It'll be bigger. It'll be like one of those wheel-on ones, for the engine room. I assume that's what you want. Yeah, so if you want, you can just pay me for that.
Sure.
He gets out his carbon pencil and actually a piece of paper and writes it down.
That's illegal. That's got a sharp point on it.
He rubs it across his tongue.
Oh, now I'm triggered.
Okay.
No, seriously, my word is binding. So, you said you wanted a mechanical tool set?
Yes.
Okay, standard rate, 1,000 credits, no problem. Please don't quote prices to me because every world's got different prices.
So, a mechanical toolkit, and is that all you needed?
No, I needed another toolkit. I thought you said 2 toolkits.
Yeah, the engineering, but that's a TL12. I don't.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, because that's pre-stellar. They don't have the right kind of wrenches and the right kind of. Yeah.
They're still using imperial sprockets instead of metric.
Yeah. Well, not even. I mean, they just
Oh,
discovered combustion engines.
Oh, okay. So it's not imperial sockets. It's spacely sprockets.
Spacely. Yeah, that's right. Okay, that was funny. I would almost give you an experience point for that. Okay. So just the
Um,
mechanical. That's no problem. We'll have that delivered within the day.
Sounds excellent.
Is there anything else you might need? Because there aren't any. I mean, there are shops, but they're not really shops. They're more like kiosks to have things delivered to your ship.
You have any real meat restaurants?
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of fish, believe it or not.
I could go for some orange roughy.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what it's called, but there is this really big fish. It's got this long, a super long nose that people like to call it like maybe a sword or something like that, and it tastes great.
I'm in. Tired of eating oatmeal.
Exactly.
Then stop eating from the reserve crew's food locker.
And there is a good bar in the Upport. You should be able to check it out. They call it the Water View Bar because it's got a window that overlooks the planet, which is just a water world.
I thought that was everyone's food locker.
No, that's the reserve crew. Bridge crew gets steak.
Oh,
Okay, I was like, why does it say non-aligned human? Okay, it's human.
I was gonna say, I've been eating tasty wee. What have you guys been eating?
Well, Wednesday night partridge. Come on, get together.
yeah. I've been eating the same thing Kirsch and Ben Parr have apparently.
Kirsch says, I've been trying to get this beef jerky to go in the oatmeal, and it just tastes nasty.
Ah,
Wait, you have beef jerky?
why?
Yeah, I keep it in my pocket for an
Oh, you
emergency.
keep it. I don't want to be.
I got a piece of jerky off that last planet.
All right, so yeah, so you guys are free to roam the spaceport. So all right, so let's break you up into 3 groups, right? So who's going where?
I think me, Maury, and Faustus were going to the bar to Skullduggery, and maybe Gabe was coming with. I don't know. We were going to try and find him a job postings or something.
I believe Tomlin and I are going to go see the provost.
Right, I put you guys together.
Yes, we're going to
Yeah,
go
we're
see
gonna
the
go have fish
provost.
first.
What about Gabe? Gabe, you were going to go.
I want to go talk to the Upport mechanical staff. If I can, the people who do the repairs to the ships and stuff like that, and talk to them about the job that I heard going on.
Okay,
And,
you don't have to go anywhere for that because they come to you. They come to the ship to do like the refueling and restocking of life support and stuff like that. So they actually come on board your ship. That's not a problem. So you don't actually have to go anywhere for that.
No problem. I'll just have the guys bring me back some orange roughy.
And
but yeah.
And Ben will stay with you to make sure, to assist with the refueling process and the restocking of the food compartments and stuff like that. So Kirsch will go to the bar with everybody.
Hey, Cap.
Because you guys are going to the bar, right?
A message.
This group is going to the local establishment, the water view.
What was all on the station before we go straight to the bar?
Okay, so make
Kind
the
of shops and stuff they had.
do the tour through the station. Okay, I got you. Yeah, no problem. Okay, so let's start with Gabe and Ben. The worker crew, they're dressed in overalls, and they all have fezzes on their head.
Okay, that's a bit goofy, but hey, different strokes.
I would agree.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and I'll introduce them. I'm like, this is Parr's ship. I'm just riding along. I understand that they're looking for engineers. How do you pronounce it? Aranisir? Aranisir?
That's right. There's that extra I. It's Ironisir.
Okay, yeah, I'll just ask them if they've heard anything about it, if what I've heard is actually true, because I need work.
Okay. What is it that you've heard?
Somebody told me they've got a big construction job there and they're looking for engineers.
Really, you think the Oslan would let that happen?
I didn't know they had any say about it.
Oh yeah, it's an Oslan planet.
Oh, I did not know.
Well, one of the other crew leans over and he says, that's not really true. I mean, the Oslan, it's an Oslan world, but it's really run by the humans.
So is there work there?
How would we know? I mean,
Well, I mean, I'm guessing you guys hear rumors, talk to people. I was just curious.
oh, okay. Yeah, well, that's possible because we don't get any documents like, hey, we're looking for work or anything like that. But there, ships come and go, like you said. So there's a possibility. Go ahead and give me a streetwise check.
All right.
It's streetwise intelligence. And a D6 to see how many days it's going to take you to get this information. You heard that, right? Okay.
Yes.
So
I will
you did not speed it up, so it's going to take a D6 days. Go ahead and give me a D6. Okay, so after 5 days, I'll give you the information.
Yeah, unfortunately, we're not going to be here that long. I appreciate your time, though.
Yeah, no worries, because, I could have asked, around and see if anybody heard anything.
Hey, no worries. If I come back through, I'll let you know what I heard.
All right. Yeah. You seem like a nice guy. We get a lot of
guys.
Okay.
All right, that's all I had.
No problem. All right, so we'll jump to Tomlin and the captain who has a name that I refuse to pronounce.
I've noticed no one has said his name.
No.
I forgot how to say it.
Well, I've even got it phonetically on his token.
Yeah, it's Yeldritz.
Yeah, so I'm just going to call him Drat.
Yeah, I mean,
Or L.
I answer to anything if I know you're talking to me. So,
Or Yen.
yeah, Parth.
Cap is just a lot shorter.
That's right.
Yeah,
Cap.
there's a lot of sounds in that name. You can just pick one of them.
Okay, so you contact this provost that you've spoken to before. He was actually able to give you, if you remember, he gave you access to the spaceport's computer network so that you could learn about an incident that happened on this world, which is actually in the library data,
Okay.
which I will see if I can find it. I did. It's under historical. That's just a picture. But the Scaramond incident is what it's called. Basically, it was a ship that got attacked by another ship, and you were able to glean a lot of information from the computer data that eventually led you to that bad guy that you had brought back to this port to this gentleman so that he could be encased in carbonite, and he orbits the planet. Alive but imprisoned.
Oh, this was the planet we got the 2.5 mil bounty for.
Correct. This and Clark combined was 2.5 million. Both of those two planets had an interest in him getting punished. Yeah, so you contact him via how?
I don't suppose we still have his personal number in our
Yeah,
phone
absolutely,
log.
absolutely.
Or access to the computer system.
Yeah, he's one of the two numbers you've got on there.
Awesome. I'm calling him.
Okay. Hello.
Yes, hello. This is Captain Eldritch Parthenian with the Kestrel.
Oh, there you are. Yeah. What can I do for you?
Yes. We just happened to be passing through, and I thought, as a thank you for your help with our recent success in bounty hunting,
No. Yeah, you're always welcome. National
I would-
hero and all.
yes. Well, I find myself in need of a local guide for dinner tonight. Do you think you could help me find somewhere classy and nice to take the crew?
Yeah.
And you.
Where are you on the Upport? Because if you are, there is a restaurant. It's called the Window. No, it's not. It's called the Waterview Inn.
And of course, for all your assistance, we'd like you to join us.
Make a persuasion roll.
Persuasion. Skills. P. Oh no. It's one I have to click. Persuade. Boop. 4.
Well, tonight I won't be able to make it, but give me a D6 roll. Is it a 4?
Yeah, it's a 4.
Yeah, my schedule opens up in 4 days.
I'm afraid we won't be in system quite that long.
Oh, that's terrible, because I was looking forward to maybe going out to dinner with you and your crew.
If you're not busy after dinner, we have something that we may be able to make your time. It'll be worth your while. We have some interesting information to share.
I'm listening.
Your generous donation.
What?
I said, and a future generous donation.
Oh yes, and of course a futurist generous donation.
Futurist?
A very generous future donation.
Of credits?
To your cause.
I don't think he has a cause.
He's religious leader.
Fair. To the
To the church.
to the church.
What? Credits or a handshake, or what are we talking about?
Credits, of course.
Uh-huh. He says, you can make that donation at my office at this address anytime between now and when you depart.
I see. That's all. Sorry to interrupt your busy day, Provost.
Okay, I thought you said you had some important information for me.
Yes. It can't be discussed over comms.
All right. So why'd you call me?
To set up dinner to discuss it.
So I won't be free for dinner for like 4 days,
Yes.
but I'm in my office.
Yes. I got that. I was gonna try and meet you there.
Okay.
I was hanging up.
Well, it was nice to hear from you because you're a friend of Torpal.
Yes, and any friend of Torpal is a friend of mine.
Perfect. He
It's a
hangs
good
up.
planet.
He hangs up. So what do you do?
What?
What are you doing?
Tomlin, what the absolute... We were going to ask him things. We don't have anything to give him.
I think we just lost James.
Yeah, he
Yes, we did.
disconnected. So what are you doing?
I was going to ask him things.
What are you doing now?
Now I guess I'm berating Tomlin as we make our way to the provost office.
Okay, so you get your way to the provost office, which is a public office. Anybody can visit at any time. His door is wide open. Think of it like a door with no hinges. It's just always open. And he's sitting there doing a bunch of paperwork, stamping it with, a bunch of crosses or whatever it is. He's got his fez. Oh, it's like 30 minutes later, and you get there.
Yeah.
He stands up. Come in. I'll be glad to. Let me put this away, and he kind of pushes the papers off to the side. Puts his pen down. What can I do for you? My good friend,
Poth.
my good friend,
Just Poth is fine. I promise.
Parth?
Yes.
Okay, Parth. He sits down, offering you chairs to sit down. So you said you had important information for me.
Yes. There was something I needed to ask you, but first Tomlin had something to share.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, don't forget. He pulls out
What?
an envelope that says Church of Torpal on it. And he says, so I understand that you had a donation. You want to make it now or later? Or... He hands you the envelope. You can just put it in there at any time and just put it in my mail slot.
I hand the envelope to Parth, looking confused.
Tomlin,
I
we
don't
had
have
things to ask him, not things to give him.
Oh,
Well, yeah.
Oh.
Don't be. Don't make a donation now if you're like strapped or if you don't want to. I don't want to force you to do that. So
no,
what?
please,
So
sir. It's fine. We have lots of. Well, he has lots of money. But no.
yeah, I heard you got a big payday for bringing that criminal in.
Yes.
But
no,
other
we were
than
here
that,
to ask
so-
for
yeah.
information.
Oh wait, I thought you said you had important information for me.
We do. We are planning on. We're planning a job, and we need information from you in order to make sure that you receive your due share as well for being a friend of the Kestrel and a loyal servant to King Oleg.
All right, go ahead.
Well, we were wanting to know if you knew anything about what is happening a few systems over. We've heard some rumors about some things going down, and we wanted to verify with someone who might be more connected than us.
Are you talking about Clark?
No, a little bit further.
Blue?
Oranasi, specifically.
Arunasir?
Yeah, that one. Arunasir.
Yeah. What about Arunasir?
Well, we've heard there's some valuable goods being kept from the king there, and we were on our way to take them back. We were wondering if you'd heard anything. And all your clerical duties and stuff.
Give me a streetwise check. The time increment is 1d6 days.
Okay. You said streetwise. Intelligence?
Mason, are you going to help him?
I have streetwise to 0, but
I can't think of how to do that without just making
Okay,
another
so
streetwise
I'm
roll.
gonna step out of the RP and go into the game system. Remember, if you speed this up, it won't be 1d6 days. It'll be a more difficult task, but it'll happen a lot faster. I'm recommending that if you're leaving in if you're leaving in 2 days, you probably don't want him to put this off for a d6 days.
indeed.
So if you speed it up, it won't be 8, it'll be a 10 target number.
Flash that cash, Captain.
Or you could do that.
How much do I have on me?
I don't know.
Not enough to flash, I don't think.
I have all of like 1,000 credits. Pretty sure you got me beat there, Cap.
Okay, so you say that to the captain in front of this provost, and he says, "Are you making it 1,000? Are you making it 1,000 credit donation to the church?"
I was thinking about it.
Well, no, we're donating 1,000 each.
Okay, he
hate you.
He waits for the envelope,
and I pull out 1,000 credits.
Okay.
I do the same and pass it over to the captain.
And
Okay.
I put it in the envelope.
Okay, and you give it to him?
Yes.
He's like, "Oh my gosh, that's about 10 times as much as I would have accepted as a bribe."
Well, then you're in luck.
Yeah, thank you. So, give me a streetwise intelligence check of 8. Okay, so that's an effective 3. Yeah, I've heard some things. Give me a D66 roll, and I'll tell you what those are
Okay.
immediately,
just,
with no time. With no time.
2d6s, right?
Yeah, just 2D. It's 2d6 read as decimal, so it'd be 15. What I heard was the ship's jump drive is damaged. There's some kind of now I'm not sure if this is true, but I think the Empire is sending a ship to the Oslons with some kind of treasure or a gift or something, a present for a ruler or a noble of some kind in the Oslon Hirate, and but they had an accident and had to stop at Arunisar because their jump drives got damaged. Give me another roll.
Interesting.
Give me another roll.
Okay. Do.
But be careful if that's some. I don't know why you'd be interested in this, but I do believe that treasure ships always carry a squad of Imperial Marines on board. It's like tradition. Give me another roll. Oh, okay.
Hopefully, this is a new piece of information.
This is definitely here. And he looks through some of his paperwork, and he says, "Oh, I think I have something that you would probably like." I'm gonna have to create a handout because of this. I'm not prepared.
Oh,
You didn't
got
expect me to
something good.
roll a 64.
Yeah, that is true. But I can create this handout in no time flat.
Did I get boxcars?
No, you got
On
a
that
six.
check?
You got a 64.
No, I meant on the intelligence check. I didn't. I got a 6 and a 5.
Paper. Deck plans.
I'm sorry, Derek. I didn't mean to make you work. Ooh, that's good information.
Yeah.
That's great information. How did
Yeah.
you come across this?
Hot diggity. Don't ask.
Don't ask for sources.
Well, I was curious because when I heard that there was a ship in a couple of systems over that, was traveling through our space from the Empire to the Oslons, I got curious, and I was able to dig that up.
Very well done, sir. Good job.
I think everything is on there.
That's ridiculous.
I elbow the captain. Oh, you should come talk to him.
Yeah, and one is the vault, right?
Okay.
And then the area around it is fuel, right?
There's a lot of guns on that bad boy.
8 turrets is a lot of guns.
Well, if we go, no, I'm not saying anything in front of this guy. Never mind. Cool. Can I get a copy of that? Is that possible?
Yeah, that's what he's saying. Here, I've got this. You can have it.
Thank you, sir. And I fold it up and put it in my pocket.
Yeah, it's actually it's physically paper.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much, sir. I'm glad that we could help out the Church of Torpal.
And of course, just let us know if there's anyone else who needs brought to justice. Amen.
And we'll try to send you a message ahead of time next time so you can clear your schedule for dinner.
Yeah, just remember, when bribing an official, 100 credits is a lot of money.
Oh, yeah, I didn't know that. Oops.
Think in old school Traveler, it was $5 per credit.
Oh wow! Oh, holy crap!
To be
Mason, we
fair,
just made this man rich.
to be
You've
fair,
you made a serious impression, but you've also set a standard now.
That's right.
to be fair, he did just give us complete blueprints of an Imperial treasure ship.
Yeah.
Money well spent, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, cheap at twice the price.
For sure. All right. Well, he pulls a stack of papers that he pushed away back to the center of his desk. I really have a lot of work to do, and unfortunately, I will not be able to join you for dinner. So, but if you are here in about 4 days, that's my day off, and so I'll be glad to go to dinner with you.
Absolutely, and I go to shake his hand.
Okay, he shakes. He stands up as you get up to leave. He also stands up because it's the polite thing to. Yeah, he's trying to be polite, and then you leave. All right, and you end your interaction. So we go with the other crew members. We got Strix and Faustus and Maury and of course Kirsch. And Kirsch is like looking around every corner, looking for threats and danger, and but he's also kind of looking to see what kind of shops there are, and basically following you guys, kind of like an excited puppy. Yeah, he's happy to get off the ship. All right, so what do you guys want to do? You guys, okay, as you guys, I already know what you guys are doing. So as you make the circle around the outer perimeter, you see that there is a bookshop. It sells a lot of printed books. It also has some digital, but mostly printed. Thin paperbacks. They're more like magazines, I guess, if you want to look at it that way. And then there are like a gift shop. Like I'd been to Torpal and all I got was this fez, or something like that. There's a fez shop.
I'll take 2.
Okay, yeah, they're 5 credits each.
Okay, so I'm gonna get like 2 fezzes.
Okay, they come in a variety of colors. And the shop attendant says, "Now be careful. Wearing the wrong color in the wrong neighborhood could get you beat up." And she kind of giggles. This one is from the Crips. This is from the Bloods. No, seriously, each city-state on the planet has their own color. It's kind of like national color.
Okay, I'm gonna probably get a blue one.
Okay.
And a green one.
Oh man, I've been down to the near the aqua tanks over by, and she starts telling you about her journey to one of the city states and how she enjoyed looking at the different fish, and they put on this fish show where the fish jumped out of the water and ate food out of someone's mouth, and it was all exciting.
Neat. I'm gonna listen while I'm still looking through stuff. Probably pick up a few of the magazines and stuff like that if they have
Okay,
anything, like, instructional.
Yeah, they're all kind of like local, like sights to see, places to go on the planet. What kind of fish are edible and which ones aren't? You know,
Yeah,
the
definitely gonna pick up some of those.
the seasons and how they've survived. Like there's one that talks about the recovery from the Aslan and how they're making progress towards rebuilding what they had lost and stuff like that.
So kind of like a survival manual, a history manual, and what else?
Well, sights to see, like
Sightsee.
yeah,
Okay,
sightseeing.
so I'll take one of all, or take one.
Okay,
of each.
yeah, they're a credit apiece.
1 credit apiece.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and how much were the fezzes again?
5. And they're all too small. Just letting you know.
Oh yeah, they just sit on top of the head.
Yeah, they're held on by a little chin strap, rubber band kind of thing.
Gotcha.
They're kind of like ornamental. They're not really hats. You know what I mean?
Right.
And the other shops are there's T-shirts. One says, I've been to Torpal and all I got was this T-shirt. Another one says, the Church of Torpal. Another one says, criminals will be rewarded for their service. And then it shows somebody beating somebody over the head with a baseball bat. It's kind of like the if you want to think of it like this, it's kind of like, can't remember his name. He's the tiger that pees on the
Calvin and Hobbes.
Calvin,
yeah.
right? Hobbes, yeah, it's Hobbes. So, but it's not Hobbes. It's some guy. But you get the impression that it's kind of cartoony, kind of a joke, but really serious. You know, it's one of those. But there's not many other shops. I mean, that's not really what this place is designed for. There is like half of the promenade, half of it is this one store slash shop place, and it is called the Waterview Inn. What it is the restaurant, bar, and a place to stay if you needed like a bed or you know, or it is an inn, and they have a beautiful view of the ocean planet below. So you've made your guy you
my compatriots and be like, is that where you guys wanted to go?
I think that was the name of the.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the only bar. It's the only bar in town. It's the only restaurant. It's the only hotel. So you know what their prices are going to be like. Okay, so you go in. There are there's no like waitresses. You would go up to like a counter that has all the food behind glass. It's kind of like an all-you-can-eat buffet, but you don't get to. You have to ask for the food, and they put it on your plate. Or drinks. Or if you need to get a key for a room or something like that. So yeah, so the bartender slash restaurant tender or whatever is, there's a couple of them, and there are some employees. You see some like spaceport employees either eating here or drinking. So the place it's not lively, but it's got a few people in it when you get there. There is a ship crew. You notice that they obviously are not from here. They look like they're from off-world. Go ahead.
Perfect. I'd like to get my my drinks and my food, and then see if we can casually go over to them and just say hi, see where they're from, see where they're traveling through.
Okay, a good meal with just an average meal, nothing too extravagant, nothing like skimpy. Just an average meal is 20 credits.
What would an extravagant one cost?
50 credits.
50 credits it is.
Okay, so you're getting some of the swordfish.
And yeah.
Okay.
What would a pair of pitchers run? Like pitchers of beer or whatever, ale.
About for two, probably about let me think about 15 credits.
Total or each, sorry.
Total.
Okay. I'll get 2 pitchers and I'll slide one over to Faust and sort of indicate that we should carry it over to lubricate the social encounter. So,
Cursed he orders the 20 credit meal and a 5 credit drink of soda or something like that. It's non-alcoholic. He's like, oh man, can you see the planet, man? What happens if his glass breaks? And one of the employees behind the counter says, oh, the glass can't break. It's unbreakable. There's like a foot thick, and this and if anything does happen, there's like these shutters that'll close to prevent any kind of explosive decompression. But we haven't had an accident like that in over 2 years.
Excellent safety record.
Yeah.
Maury laughs at that as he's walking over to the other
Okay.
spacers.
Yeah.
Okay, so you go over to the other crew. Hang on, I should have been prepared. I'm the worst DM. Okay.
I mean, honestly, Derek, after all the crap we gave Mason randomly throughout his game, no. He was way less prepared for some of those than you are.
I appreciate that, but I don't believe you. No, it's okay. Oh, here it is. I'm gonna ask for we're gonna randomize this. How do you like that? I love randomizing things. And of course, there's not a 1 through. Give me like a D20 roll. Any one person. Who wants to give me a D20?
I'll do it.
Okay. Of course. So that would be 23. Okay. Okay. Yeah. So there's a crew. They all appear they all have like the same type of haircut. It's very short and very closely shaven above their ears, and their back of their neck is very closely shaven. The top of their heads are flat. Their collars are made of leather. No, I'm kidding. But you get the impression that they're soldiers of some kind.
Ooh, okay. I'm gonna slide ahead of Strix as we approach because God, that would go over terribly if I let him speak.
I know.
I'm gonna slide down at the table and drop down a.
They are all
picture.
they're all wearing some kind of duty uniform. It's not a combat uniform. It looks like a uniform that you would wear in garrison or something like that. And they all have a patch on their shoulder. And you immediately see, without the need of a recon roll, that it says Dixon's Rifles. All 6 of them. There's 6 of them, by the way.
Yeah. Okay. No. This is gonna work.
Yeah. So they see you come up, and they kind of look up at you, and they don't look upset. They don't look concerned or happy. They just notice you. And there's
yeah. I'm gonna slide up, and I'm gonna drop my picture, and I'm gonna sort of gesture to Faust to bring his as well, and I'm gonna basically just grab
onto their table.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right at theirs.
Okay.
And as I'm sitting down,
Yeah.
I'm gonna reach in and pull out a pack of crayons and say, "Anyone want dessert, boys?"
Okay, so the guy that apparently is in charge says, while everyone else is very quiet, he says, "What's this for?"
The food or the drinks? I point to the crayons when I say food.
Very
important fact.
The drinks. We don't eat crayons in the Empire.
You're gonna disagree?
Yeah, they're Navy, not Marines.
But then again, we're not in the Empire.
Yeah. And every good Space Marine knows that a crayon is one of the finest libations available in space. No, we're passing through. I saw folks who looked like they're in a similar line that I was, and I figured it would be worth sitting down and maybe sharing some stories and getting some friendly faces rather than the theocratic jackboots that tend to wander these walking halls.
Well, you're welcome. You're welcome to join us and share in this free beer. if you want. But I just want to let you know that we're at full staff and we're not recruiting.
Oh, we're committed to an operation a couple jumps down the way. We're just tracing through. Just
Oh.
looking for a friendly space to burn some time while we're on planet getting crap, what's the word? Help leave.
Shore leave?
So
Shore
what?
leave, thank
So you guys are so you're you're not from this backwater world?
No, we're traveling through on our way
Oh,
forward.
so what ship are you guys from?
We're getting transport on a free trader named the Kestrel. It's the cheapest ship that we could find available that was going in the right direction. We'll be meeting up with our theoretical hiring once we get to Tanith.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Hired on speculation. You know the terrible contracts you can get, but
Is
where the
there
credits are, right?
is there are they recruiting mercenaries or flight crew or what are you talking about?
So we were recruited because a friend of mine is on planet working as a supply garrison officer, and he said that they were looking for some security personnel. I don't know specifically beyond that. I don't have the full contract. I'm just filling out a spot contract with my
Yeah.
friends here, and I gesture to.
Yeah, and can you believe that they wouldn't even let us wear our normal uniforms? We had to wear our garrison uniforms. They said we were too aggressive looking.
I feel naked without something on me.
I know. I might even have to use this beer mug as a club, but you know how it is.
Yeah, sizing up whether or not the chairs would make appropriate improvised weapons. I know exactly how you're feeling.
So,
Thanks, us need to sit together, eh?
so you spend some time drinking with these guys, right? I assume you kind of like trying to loosen lips and stuff like that.
Yep.
Well, there's 6 of them, and there's 4 of you. Well, Kirsch is not drinking your human beer, but 2 pitchers isn't going to go far.
Oh, I'll every so often I'll order a couple new ones whenever we seem to be getting low, and I'm doing the thing where I make sure that more beer goes into them than goes into me.
Right,
You let your drink water down. You don't finish it.
You're sipping. Yeah. Okay, so they're enjoying themselves, but you will have to spend some credits. So tell me, how many credits do you spend on them?
So it's 15 credits for 2 pitchers, and there's 6 of them, 3 of us who have to look like we're drinking. A jug usually does 3 people for 1 beer.
I'm just drinking a soda through my breather mask, so.
Okay.
Well, you're not wearing a mask on the spaceport.
Oh, yes, I am. I never take it off.
Okay, there's a guard behind you, and he says, "Come with me. You're under arrest."
For what?
For disguising yourself, trying and staying. You look like a bandit trying to steal something from us. Come on.
Okay, then I'll go with the guard.
Okay, so he gets up and he walks out with the guard. What are you guys gonna do?
Maury, my boy, it's a good thing you're not in the Marines anymore. Because we're leaving some mans behind.
I'm gonna ask Kirsch if he minds going and making sure that Faust doesn't get extraordinarily renditioned, and to try and get a hold of the captain to see if maybe he can pay his bail.
Okay, so Kirsch goes along to find out where he's being taken to, and you call the captain. Go ahead.
Yeah, Captain. Captain?
Yeah.
Faust decided that he didn't want to take his mask off because I don't know, Faust doesn't like taking his masks off, and the fascists decided that they were going to arrest him for being a bandit, so he's being dragged off to the gulag. Kirsch is going with him to try and figure out where he's going and make sure he doesn't get executed. You might want to go bail him out. We're gonna finish our shore leave and get back to the ship once we can pour ourselves out of out of a bottle of booze, and then I just hang up.
Tomlin shakes his head and goes, "Can't we have just one week where something doesn't go wrong?"
Okay, so before anything happens, Faust, you are taken to the security office, and they have a cell that is maybe 2 people could be in the cell. If you put 3, you'd all have to be standing up. So it's kind of only like maybe 5 foot by 5 foot, something like that. It's not a
standard procedure. Yeah.
It's and he opens the door and gives you the go ahead, get in.
Yeah, he goes in. He's not putting up a fight or anything like that.
Right.
Got his gear on, or he's got pretty much what he had on him was he had like the 2 fezzes, the magazines of the tourist guides.
Right. He doesn't take any of that from you.
Yeah, and he has like 892 credits on him.
Right, and he didn't search you or anything like that. You go in and sit, and he realized that Kirsch was following you to see what was going on. And so you can hear through the door that Kirsch and him are actually having words. And Kirsch says, "Why did you lock him up? He's just wearing a mask. He's afraid to show his face. He's scared like that. He's paranoid. Let him out." And the guard's like, "Well, we can't do that. He's gotta pay the bail. Are you his representative?" And he's like, "No, I don't represent him. I'm his crewmate." And then he goes, "Well, you're gonna have to get your ship captain to come in here and pay his bail, or and we're gonna have to. He's gonna have to know that he can't be wandering around the spaceport with a mask on, like he's threatening everybody." And Kirsch, you can hear him growling, like, "Arr." And then Kirsch says to "Hey, Pendragon," or whatever your name is,
Well,
Prixelthorn,
yes.
or Sci-Fi Bibelbrox.
Yes.
Yeah, he says you have to come to the station because I don't represent him.
Yeah, I'm on my way. Did you tell him about his acid-scarred lungs? It's really a sad story.
No, I didn't know that.
Yes, you see, when Faust
Okay, hang on. And then Faust, you hear Kirsch say, "Oh wait, he's got acid-scarred lungs. Did you hear about that?" Of course you didn't. That's why you're being a jerk." And the officer says, "Hey, be careful. I'm going to put you in there too." And he's like, "You're not going to put me nowhere."
Oh shit! He's just shaking his head.
Kirsch, stand down.
Well, he's already broken the contact. You're not on radio with him.
He's just saying from his cell.
Damn it, Cat! We better go get them before more trouble happens.
Okay, so that's another story we'll do in just a moment. All right, back to the Marines.
So we're gonna put
the whole inn was like, "Ooh, they're walking him out." Okay.
Yeah.
These Marines are like, your buddy,
Yeah, it's not a good shore leave if someone doesn't get picked up by.
That's what I'm saying. We've all been there.
Yeah. Worst comes to worst, he spends a night in the lockup.
That's right. So what brings you to town? Oh yeah, that's right. I don't even remember. You guys are going to Tanith to get some kind of job over there.
Security contract, yeah.
A security contract. Hey, yeah, that's good. That's what we're doing. We're a mercenary company. I don't know if you knew it, or platoon actually. I'm over accentuate. I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. Captain Captain Eisden, he wouldn't even bail us out. He would just jump to the next world and not even worry about it.
Oh, I've had captains like that before.
Yeah, yeah, we heard this rumor that there's like pirates in this area, and it's pretty bad. So we're on the lookout for pirates. We're not really pirate hunters. We weren't hired to hunt pirates, but the captain told us that they are in this area, so we got to be on the lookout for them. So you haven't heard anything about that, have you?
I've
No, no pirates around here.
Yeah, we don't go after stuff that doesn't have bounties or something that doesn't have a good reward to it. And we're not even on a military vessel. I mean, it is a military vessel. I mean, it's owned by the mercenary, the military company. It's called the Aram Esden because it's the Captain Esden.
Captain is awfully sounds a little, what's the word for it?
self-involved.
Well, it's got an initials, Earth does the old NCC or whatever, and the Empire has the SVC or something like that. Well, this one has a JCV, right? But I've asked the captain what that means, and he just giggles every time I ask him. Okay, so are either of you have piloting skill?
I do.
Okay, so make a pilot roll. Because you have a starship, right? Or spaceship?
Spacecraft.
Yeah, that's the one, spacecraft. 8. Okay, you make it. JCV stands for Jump Capable Vessel.
So are you boys just wandering about the area looking for pirates? You don't.
No, we're not looking for pirates. No,
Oh.
we're a military platoon. We're looking for a contract, maybe this world, because they have that hired mercenary group that does their policing. We were thinking maybe they could use an extra platoon.
Oh, I thought you already had something lined up.
Oh no.
Oh.
Well, maybe we do. We're just grunts.
Yeah.
It's the captain and the ship's crew.
So I'm gonna. You asked earlier about how much we were planning on spending. I think. I mean, the intention is to get them drunk and talking. I'm intending to put up to 150 of what I've got on hand, so that's another 20 pitchers, and I suspect that Strix would probably also contribute. Strix?
Yeah, I can cover it. If you want me to, just do 300 even maybe.
Okay, yeah. So just mark off the credits. These guys are not inebriated, but they are, throwing their arms around you like you're their best friends, and they're singing telling you all their military war stories. They actually used to be Imperial Marines or Imperial Army, and they've all gotten out of the military and joined this private military company.
Okay. So I was an Imperial Marine as well, so I'm going to be leaning on that and the fact that they're probably drunk and not as concerned with the questions they're being asked, or partially drunk and not as concerned with the questions they'd be asked. I'm going to try and lead the conversation in the direction of like weird postings they might have had. Like, hey, I was supposed to serve on a treasure ship as a guard, but I got released from service before my tour came up. Have any of you ever heard of any kind of service like that? Know of anyone who has?
Okay, so you have a choice here. You can make a streetwise roll, or you can make a carouse roll.
I would like to make a streetwise roll.
Okay,
So
it's
I'm
also
better at that.
it's intelligence.
Would okay.
Would you like me to help you with that? I can use my carouse to try and get everyone social and talking.
Yeah, you can do that. You can do a carouse roll and see if you can give him a plus.
Okay.
Carouse is on social standing, if that's what you chose. Okay, so yes, an 11 is a +2 to your streetwise.
All right. Out of curiosity, so I think we have to determine the time frame before we roll, right?
Oh, there's no time frame.
Oh, there's no time frame for this.
The time frame was 6 hours of getting them drunk.
Okay. So modifier at +2, right?
Yeah, +2.
Okay.
That's after the +2. Yep. So you got
That's
a 10.
after +2.
Yep. So they don't have a whole lot of information, right? But they do have some information. What is this? Okay, D66. 2D6. No pluses.
13.
13.
Or 4. I mean, depending on whether.
No, it's 13. It's 13.
Yeah.
Oh man, I heard about the some kind of treasure ship as well. You know, there's one just a couple of systems over. And they're in need of some kind of engine part, is what I heard. And I heard that the engineer was killed in the explosion.
Explosion? What exploded? Do you know?
I don't know. Give me a D66. 35. Now, I don't know. I heard the engine exploded and blew out the side of the hull, and the whole engineering crew was deceased. You know, were unalived. No, they were killed. And but what's even weirder, I don't know if it's really weird, but OSHA, that's the ship's navigator, you see. This is the story I heard. OSHA is actually from the Reach, not even from the Empire. Very weird. It's got a strange story about it. But I don't know. That's not really any of our business.
Well, those are the stories you find out in the dark, eh?
That's right. And after everybody's drunk and leaves the bar and goes back to their ship, the night is over. I assume you don't get a room in the inn. You stay on your ship. Okay. The captain and the pilot make their way to the police station, right? I assume. And yeah, and the guard's there, and you walk in, and he's just kind of. You can see Kirst is sitting there, just you could almost see steam coming out of his head.
I go sit with Kirsch, put a hand on his shoulder.
Okay. Is it time? Hey, Tom, is it time?
What?
Is it time?
Time for what? No.
What we discussed.
No. It's not time. No.
Okay. All right. I'm just letting you know I'm ready to go.
I pat him on the back and go, I'm just making sure you're okay, bud.
But this would be a good time because one of the Marines is locked up. And the other ones, I think, are drunk.
This would be a good time, except we're also standing in a security office that owes allegiance to that man right there you're talking about taking down.
And then he, yeah, okay. That makes good sense. All right. I'll bow to your authority. Yes, sir. And then he sits down. He sits back. And the police officer looks up at you, Parmenian.
Whatever works. Yes. You seem to have my Marine in your jail cell there. I've come to pay his bail.
Oh, okay. Okay, so his court date is in 2 weeks.
That's funny. I got this letter that said he was free to go, and I pull 200 credits out of my bag. See? It says right here, free to go.
Make a persuasion check with +2.
Hey, Kirsch.
Okay.
Kirsch, I might get to be captain without having to raise a hand. Hold on, let's see what happens.
Instead of persuasion.
Well, no, I take it back. They don't. They don't even have that skill anymore. I don't believe. Give me a second. Let me look at your character sheet, or anybody's character sheet. I just need to see what skills.
Didn't somebody roll persuasion earlier?
No,
I
there's
did.
a persuade skill.
Yeah, okay, they don't have that skill anymore. Okay, yeah, it's persuade +2. There used to be a bribery skill.
Yeah. +2. 7.
I think I think this is a good start. Are you trying to bribe me?
What? No, I'm just showing you. Oh, that I gave you the wrong note, and I pull out another 200.
If you would like to roll, now the target number is 10.
Would broker work?
Hold on, I'm gonna step in and I'm gonna help.
How are you doing that?
Let me look at my skills real quick. I'm fairly certain I can. Yeah, I'm gonna step in and I'm gonna use diplomat, and I'm gonna be the diplomat. I'm gonna go. Listen, Mr. Guard person. We have a very important mission we have to attend to. We can't wait for 2 weeks. Is there any way you could take his bail plus the 400 and just let us go? Like, he didn't mean any harm.
Do you have advocate?
I have diplomat. I don't have advocate. I didn't know advocate was a thing. Damn.
400 credits is a good start to paying his bail, but remember you can bail him out, but he still has court in 2 weeks.
Of course.
We can be back in 2 weeks.
And we get his bail back at the court date, correct?
Well, it goes towards whatever fine that might be imposed, but yeah, if there's no fine, then he gets his money back.
Okay. Could you tell me how it is, and I'll go get it right straight away.
What, his bail?
Yes.
Yeah, it's 100 credits.
Oh. Yeah, here you go.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right, you're free to go. He pushes the button, the door opens.
He's just sitting there relaxing.
Yeah,
I hang.
but he can't wear a mask.
He's actually got acid scarred lungs. He can't breathe without it.
Okay, let me see his medical documentation.
I don't think you're allowed to ask for that.
Well, then he has to take that mask off.
What if we promise to escort him directly to the ship? He's never allowed on here again except for his court date.
Well, I can escort him to the ship if that's what you're going to do.
Oh,
Okay.
yes, that would be ideal. And of course, here's $100 for 100 credits for your trouble.
I shoulder shove
Okay.
Captain Parthenon. What are you doing?
All right, so he takes the 200 credits and he says, okay, let's go to your ship. and I'll make sure that no one in port is scared of you.
I appreciate that.
I'll escort you guys, and I'll make an announcement that this is not one of the local bandits in the area.
Do you have trouble with local bandits? We're good at helping with that. You may have heard of us.
Oh, I heard of your 2.5 million credit crew.
I really don't like that that's what everybody remembers about us.
Yeah, we know who you are. We appreciate everything you did for our law enforcement.
Dude.
That got shamed that day, and you had to do our work for us.
Captain, can we just go, please? You're just making it worse.
All right, so everybody makes it back in time, back to the ship. And Curse goes immediately to his bunk.
I'm going to my fucking bunk. I'm gonna go just watch movies then.
Okay, so you have tomorrow, if you want, or you can just leave tomorrow.
I do want to talk to the captain in private before we go to bed.
Okay.
Hey, Cap.
I was hoping the second 100 would stop him from reporting us for bribery.
Oh, I don't care about all that, Cap. We're already off. We're already off the station. It doesn't matter anymore.
Okay. Yeah.
No.
Oh, that reminds me. He can't go back there. He will have a warrant.
I already just accepted that I'm never coming to this planet again. And
Tell me that. Tell him that.
You can come back. You can come back. You just have to deal with the repercussions.
Yeah. Go ahead, Tom. Sorry.
I don't need to know that. You tell him that, not me. I wanted to talk to you about Kirsch.
Yes.
Okay, so you pull him to the side, away from Kirsch, because he's in his own bunk.
Yeah, I pull Captain away from everybody, and I go, just so you're aware, Kirsch is looking to depose, and he's trying to get me to do it for him. I've talked him down so far, and he says he'll follow my lead, but he's brought it up twice now in one day.
Well, no, once was in Jump. That was a few days ago.
Okay, yeah, twice in the last week.
Yeah.
That's
just watch your back, Cap.
I appreciate you bringing that to my attention.
Yeah, I appreciate you giving away my 1,000 credits.
That reminds me, I have a form for you to fill out for that.
Yeah, is it to give me back my 1,000 credits?
Yes.
Okay.
And it's a packet.
Why do I have to fill out a packet for 1,000 credits? We're not a company or business. Why can't you just give me my money back?
Yeah, I got you.
Okay. Thanks, Cap. I'm gonna take my money and go bed.
So, are you just
like to ask Mason?
Go ahead.
The captain. Shoot, I had his name, and I was actually trying to pronounce it.
It's Parmenion.
It's right there at the bottom of chat.
Pomeranian.
Pomeranian?
No, it's Eldritz Parthenian.
Hover over his token.
Eldritz and be like, hey, how much was my bail?
Nothing. Just 100 credits.
Incidental.
100 credits.
No, Kirsch was pretty steamed when we got you out.
Oh, they threatened to throw him in.
Yeah. So he was fighting for you. Maybe you take this 100 credits, and next time we go out, you buy him a few drinks.
Or I could do both. Yes, I just lay 100 credits in front of Kurtz's bunk door and go back to my room.
Note to self. Check Faustus's bunk for money.
He has 12,000 sitting in his room.
Okay, so you don't open the door or knock on the door and say, "Hey, here's 100 credits." You just leave it laying in front of his door.
No, I'll knock on the door, but I won't say anything.
Okay,
Just
well,
hand him
if
the money and
you
walk
knock, he opens the door. Kirsch is standing there and he's like, "Oh, hey, what's going on?"
I guess he just hands it to him and just be like, just gives him a nod.
He looks at the money and he's like, thanks.
He just gives him like the sup nod.
Okay, yeah. All right, cool. I need a shower, so I'll catch you tomorrow. Boop. He closes the door.
Pretty much. That's he's just gonna go watch his old antique DVDs.
All right.
Okay, that brings up a question for me. I don't remember if we've discussed this or not. How many does each quarters have its own like bathroom?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
refresher.
It's a fresher.
Fresher.
Yeah, which a fresher is basically a shower toilet in one 5-foot square.
Okay.
I think what NASA uses nowadays, it's literally just like it's a very small pod area where you shower and you use the bathroom and everything in 0G type thing.
Right.
Okay.
Except you have gravity. Yeah, it does use water, but that's no big deal. It just gets recycled back into your drinking water.
Yeah. Just want to make sure I didn't have to be up before everybody else to get bathroom time.
And it's there is a public bathroom as well. That's usually used by like on the go. Yeah, if you don't want to go to your own room. Now, there should be 2 of you in each of your rooms, if I remember right?
I remember Mason and I had the rooms on the far left side. Ben and Kirsch were in a room together, and I think everybody else was separate.
Okay.
Yeah, I just picked a random room. Nobody else came into it, so
yeah,
I'm using the top bunk as storage, and I'm sleeping on the bottom.
Well, now there's a room that's empty. Your medic is missing.
Well, he's Ben Farr gets a room to his own self.
No, he's not moving. But and you need once you hire a medic, he'll need a room.
I have medical skill.
In the meantime, Maury is going to be because you already have a room, Faust. You're fine.
Yeah.
Maury is going to be like stealthily changing that spare quarter into a terrible like craps roulette poker room, and every so often trying to drag Strix into it to see if we can lose money to each other.
Strix 100% will get.
Yeah, you can do that. Absolutely. Put some boxes on the floor and sit around it. Yeah.
I might join every once in a while to take your money. Gambler.
You think you're taking my money?
Taking somebody's money.
A lot of people in this ship have gamble.
All right. So, are you? What are you guys going to be doing on the next day?
I think so. Once I wake up and quaff some hangover be gone, otherwise known as strong coffee, Maury would be trying to get together with Gabe and the captain, I guess, so we can cross-reference the information that everyone found.
Okay, that sounds like a good start. So go ahead and do that.
All right. So Captain, we were talking to a group of mercenaries.
You said with Gabe?
Yeah, with Gabe too.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm just addressing it to the captain because reports go that way usually.
Yeah.
Captain, we sat down for a decent number of drinks with some fresh mercenary enlisted from Reardon's Rifles. They're
Dixon's Rifles, I think it was.
Dixon's Rifles. Thank you. I didn't actually record the name of it.
I will copy it into chat because it's spelled strange.
Okay. And they're apparently they're between contracts right now, but it sounds like they're on Torpal seeing if they can get a job as, leg breakers and thugs for the fascist government.
It's almost Dykeson's Rifles. I don't know.
Yeah. They're apparently they're not specifically pirate hunters, but they do chase down bounties, so they might be someone we'll need to be aware of in the future. It sounds like they have a ship, the JCV. Was it Aram Edson?
Yeah, Aram Edson.
Yeah, JCV Aram Edson. They didn't give us too much information about that, but it might be in orbit now, so maybe we can get a sensor scan of it on the way out, so we know that if we see them in the future, we might need to be aware of them if our activities catch up with us. They're all ex Imperial something, it sounds like, but not specifically imperially aligned from what they were saying. They had heard whispers in the dark of the treasure ship. I think most of what they had was information we already had. Needs engine parts to be repaired. The engineer and most of the crew was killed in an explosion that blew out the side of the hull and opened the entire engineering compartments to space. The only thing I think was new information from them is that the ship's navigator, whose name is Asha, is from the Reach, not actually from the Imperium, so she might be local. There might be an in there. She might be corruptible if it becomes something we need to worry about.
That's what it looks like.
That's the okay, cool.
Yeah, it does. It resembles a liner. That's normally like a passenger liner. 200. Wait. I wanted to say 200, but that doesn't sound right.
Wasn't it like a 600-ton ship or something?
Yeah, something like that. It's like a refitted liner. Like they took all the luxury part out of it and put all military
Yeah, they're
bunks
like,
and
I
stuff.
think they're 600 tons.
Yeah, 600.
Yeah.
All right, but yeah, so that's what we found out. I don't know what of it will end up being useful, but eventually, if we throw enough information at the wall, maybe something sticks.
Well, it's an option. We could hire them to aid in the raid. If we need a raid, they could be waiting with the Kestrel for where we make the ship jump to.
We might have to approach that carefully because they are Imperial, so they might not be as willing to smash up an Imperial ship for the purpose of piracy on the high spaces as we are, but it is an option.
Ex-Imperial. They left for a reason.
Some people keep priorities, but I understand what you're saying. It's worth approaching though. I just don't want to come out and say, hey, do you want to butcher an Imperial crew as pirates? And then have them turn around and say, we still like the Imperium, we're just not working for them. That would be awkward.
Alternately, we could take the pyramid scheme approach and just send them to Drinax.
Offer them a contract through King Oleg.
Have we seen the deck plan of the ship?
No, Tomlin has it in his pocket still. I'm not sure where I'm at yet. I haven't decided. I wasn't invited to the powwow.
That was what I found out, Cap. Anything from your meeting with the prefect, Praetor?
Tomlin, drop our find on the table.
Okay, I come from the cockpit to go all the way to wherever they are and then drop the piece of paper on the table and then walk back.
Boom. Check it.
Okay. Two things about that. Either one, we're going to have to get this thing by a planet because there's no way we can carry what's in that vault. Guaranteed. It's massive.
I mean, for sure.
Okay, based on the deck plans, you know that the ship is barely streamlined.
Didn't you say that thing was like 1,600 tons?
It is.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
mean, yeah, that vault is massive.
That vault is probably almost as big as our ship.
How did they
And,
even land it on the planet?
Yeah. Not to mention
That
the
would take
fact,
a very skilled pilot.
yeah. Not to mention the fact just getting into that thing may be beyond us, let alone moving what we find.
Well, I could fly the ship
Where?
wherever we needed to
Drinax.
go.
Well,
Send
I
it
mean,
straight to the king.
whoa. I mean, he gets his 10%.
Yeah, I mean, we can send him his 10% and hold on to the rest.
I
Yeah,
think he
but
meant the ship in particular, though.
He's been quite fair to us, and
Could
while I'm sure the most valuable things are in the vault, with a ship that size, it would be silly to have only things stored in the vault. I'm sure there's plenty worth taking.
oh, I'm sure.
Now, if you wanted to do some little microscopic math, every 2 squares is equal to a ton. So if you're looking at the map, you can count the squares, divide by 2, and that's how many tons it is.
How high is it, though, from floor to ceiling?
Right. If it's only 1 floor, that would be true. But if it's like double the height, then it would be twice as much, obviously. It doesn't say, but it doesn't say there, I should say. It might say on my previous page.
It looks like it's 136 tons of secure cargo in the vault.
Not to mention, let's say the only valuables were in the vault. King Oleb's been quite fair to us. He says 10% for him, we keep the rest. We get a beat up but fairly advanced ship. I'm sure he would give us some kind of bounty for this ship.
Cargo hold is 120 tons.
Or we could donate the badass ship to a planet that
The
needs it.
vault is...
We almost fit inside their cargo hold.
I think we do, in fact, fit inside their cargo hold. We just can't
If we
quite
take
get
out
in.
the vault, we do.
Hey, there's an idea. We could space the vault and keep the Kestrel on the treasure ship. Use the treasure ship to fly around and pirate.
It's at least 80 tons of vault.
Okay.
At least.
Are you guys like having this conversation out in the common area?
Yeah.
No, we're in a room.
Oh,
Well-
why wouldn't we be in the common area?
I'm
Because-
fine with everyone knowing about this. Everyone
Okay.
knows about it.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'd like to come on in on and get in on this as well.
Yeah, no.
The
my-
only
my
way into the
idea
vault is
that
through
if we take
the...
the Kestrel and put it
Titanic
inside the
hatch.
cargo bay, and just use like the Kestrel as more of a shuttle of
Or a
this
fighter
larger
ship.
fucking crack. Yeah.
Have
a
I
fighter
have
ship.
I ever heard of a Titanic hatch?
Yeah, it says the only way into a vault is via this Titanic hatch. Hatch is made of the same material as the vault. It's basically bonded super dense.
It's a giant bank vault door. It's a Titanic hatch.
Yeah,
Well, okay.
the
I thought it
locks
was
the
right. Yeah,
locks and grab plates that hold the door shut are all contained inside the vault.
It's got grav plates holding it shut.
I
Yeah.
don't even know if we can crack that thing.
And then
Well,
there's a lot of stuff that I'm omitting because you have to actually see it to see it.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have to examine the vault. Okay.
Yeah, Gabe starts looking worried and he pours about 3 fingers of bourbon.
Oh, in addition, there's another 20 tons. Okay, so how many tons did I say? 80, about 100 tons. Okay, so far. It's over 100 tons in the vault.
Yeah. So I mean, some standout things that I see on this. There's 26 beds, but they're all double, so that means the crew at most is 52 unless they're hot bunking. 6 of those are officers, so they're probably not doing double staterooms. So we're probably looking at a maximum crew on board of 46-ish.
Well, there's
somewhere in that
probably a
neighborhood.
way you could find out.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying from the information we have here. So it's got enough crew that even if there's only 5 or 6 Marines, there's still going to be enough mooks with, pistols that we probably won't be able to take the ship unless we can figure out some way to deal with the crew.
I know that. Who was it that was drinking with the other Marines?
Me and Strix.
Do you
Kirsch.
remember what they said? I can't say not in character, but out of character. Didn't they mention an accident on that ship?
Yeah, the engineer and the engineering crew was blown out, so that probably gets rid of 15 or 20 as well.
Right.
They also said that wasn't the damage extensive and extending to the hull?
It blew out the side.
Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, I was just gonna say it blew out the side of the hull in the engine room.
Mm.
And the engine itself, or at least part of it, exploded, and everyone's saying the jump drive's broken, so the jump drive blew up. They misjumped.
Could we latch the Kestrel on the top of it and just ferry it over?
There's a way you could find out its crew complement.
Did go there.
I mean, right now, this very minute.
Search the internet.
Well, there's no such thing.
There's no internet?
No.
Not interplanetary internet.
No subspace communications.
Oh.
Captain, would it be worth sending a missive to Drinax to figure out if we can or even should bring the ship there?
It would take weeks for it to get there and come back.
Not from here. It'd take a week on a jump too.
Yeah, and then a week to get back, which would cost us 2 weeks in our time.
And we'd have to find someone going there.
No,
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. We're in a starport. I mean, it's 2 jumps away, and just let them know that we'll be in. That we can receive any messages in
Armashir.
Arunasir.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm having issues getting my mouth around that word.
I know. It's like your captain's name.
I think this falls well enough within the guidelines she gave us that even if it's bad, it's better to ask forgiveness here.
Okay, because he may not want this ship associated with his planet.
Yeah, this ship may not be space worthy. To be honest.
He specifically wants interruptions of imperial interest.
Yeah.
He may not want it tied.
Yes. With other planets.
So he may not want the actual theft of the ship tied back to him, but if we infiltrate, they won't know that the Kestrel had anything to do with it. And he can disassemble or do whatever with the ship. He could say he recovered it from the pirates who stole it in the first place.
Or we could still donate to a planet that needs it. There's still other pirates out here that don't like the planets we're supposed to be garnering favor with. They may need defenses.
But do we know any of them?
Yeah, we just came from one a week ago that had its spaceport torn up. They had a single system defense ship that did nothing.
Those weren't pirates.
They were close enough to being pirates. They totaled the spaceport.
You mean sell it to the Aslan?
Well, I don't want to do that. I don't like cats. I look over at Kirsch.
I don't hate the argument of potentially, if we're able to take it, giving it to Marduk to try and get them on hand, maybe get us another haven we can work out of.
Because Marduk was the one that we crashed going
Yeah.
down to the planet's surface.
Yeah.
What if
And they could probably retrofit that thing to just be a defense platform for the station.
what
yeah,
if
I
we
mean, 8 guns.
what if we take it to the Aslan as a gift not from the Empire, but a gift from Drinax?
I think you should talk to Kirsch about that. He's the one from this region. He probably knows more about that than we do.
The Aslan are always good to have on your side in a fight. Otherwise, the Empire wouldn't buy them off.
I think there's a bit of diplomatic trouble with showing up with a stolen treasure ship that was intended to go for them and then got pirated.
Yeah.
It's a
Really?
little too on the nose.
That
If we-
sounds exactly the Aslan way.
Well, we got time to work this out.
Yeah. So Derek, as a game action,
Go ahead.
could I use electronics computers to search through our internal mainframe and maybe the station mainframe to find out if I can find what a normal crew complement for the model of ship that we're looking at is? Given the fact that we already have the deck plan, I should be able to find something fairly similar.
Absolutely, you can go through and like look for that model and or something similar and see what it says. Absolutely, go for it.
Or would those of us from the Navy know that? Since it is an Imperial ship?
You never served on a treasure ship. You've heard of them.
Right.
You've heard of what a treasure. You've seen treasure ships. You've maybe heard of somebody in your unit that said that he served on a treasure ship as a guard or something like that. That's possible, but you wouldn't have any details. But the computer might be able to give you some details.
Mm-hmm. Anyone with like admin or something want to help me?
Yeah, sure.
I don't like that.
Or hurt you.
Or hurt me? Yes, please don't hurt me.
I mean, yeah, I can use my admin skills to, shuffle through the files quickly and efficiently to get you what you need.
Okay,
What's
go.
what's your admin? Never mind, you do it.
My admin is
You do it.
very good.
Go ahead.
My admin is incredible.
Okay,
I was trained in it, but I've got straight zeros.
that's a plus
Well,
3.
Well, I guess now we know who the secretary is.
Electronics, computer, plus.
Filthy
Nobles
paper
are
pusher.
good for something.
Yes.
You know,
Pushing
one of the,
papers.
And you can
Get shit in the
okay,
face.
now you don't always have to use the default stat, even though that's a good roll. You if you feel that a different stat would be more appropriate, you can petition to me saying, I think social status would be a better stat, and then we'll figure out. All right, so but you got a 14, which is a guarantee. You found that ship is called one of those ships is, hold on, got a class and I don't remember what it is.
It's the sovereign.
It's called the Ugly as a Treasure Ship. No, Imperial Power, Poets. It has a 300-ton cargo space. And it says the secure vault contains another 60 tons of space. The shielding built into the vault prevents teleportation.
It's a good thing our teleporters don't work.
So no Zodanis going into the treasure ship vault. Flying a treasure ship is like strapping an M drive onto your back. Okay. It has 1 G of thrust. It has 3 jump.
Are the Zodani the only ones that can teleport or teleport?
No. There are devil worshippers all over the Empire and in unknown space.
You're talking about psionics, right?
I am talking about the use of the hokey religion of the Force and magic. and psionics. Okay. It has 2 launches, a cargo crane, 8
Launch?
double turrets.
Wait. If it has launches, it has fighter ships. We can't fight that thing, even
Well,
if all the turrets were down.
they're 20-ton launches. A launch is a boat that takes you from the ship to the dock to the ship to the shore.
It's a shuttle.
Oh, I thought it was like a hangar bay for fighter pilots. Okay.
No,
Launches the ship.
yeah, a launch is just, like when you're at Pearl Harbor and you're at the shore and you got to get to your ship, you take the launch.
Right. Okay.
Well, that does
Um,
mean it has a pretty big hangar.
It has 2 of them, two 20-ton hangars. Normally, it would have a pilot. Oh, let's back up. Normally, it would have a captain, a pilot, an astrogator, 5 engineers, 2 maintenance, a medic, 8 gunners, which are normally Marines, and 8 Marines as guards.
Jeez.
So 16 Marines,
Marines.
approximately. That's normally.
21, 23, 24, 25, 26 people minimum, 27 people minimum.
585 million credit ship.
Wow. I mean, heck, I'd just like to get my hands on it to strip it for parts.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not done. Just to give you information, the cargo hatches. Okay, there's large cargo hatches. There's multiple cargo locations because there's like a port cargo hold and a starboard cargo hold. The Martin, okay. Engineering deck. This is all pertinent to the Martin. Okay, there's an escape launch. Yeah, so one of the launches is really kind of for emergency, like evacuations. Now the vault entrance, you got to go through like a hallway to get there. There's a galley, ship's locker. Barracks. Another armory for the Marines, which may or may not contain battle dress.
Oh, good lord.
That was going to be my question, but yikes.
That's at least 16 Marines in battle dress. Oof.
I'm gonna say my assumption is that the gunners might not have battle dress because they're not expected to serve as normal Marines. Worst case
Unless
planning,
they are during a boarding.
boarding, you might want them still shooting at the ship that's trying to board you. But yeah, worst case, 16 Marines in battle dress. Best case, 8 Marines in battle dress. So, still, neither of those are good.
I mean,
Well,
to be
I do
honest,
want to point
one
out
Marine
our
battle dress.
one of our Marines is a medic. One of our pilots can shoot weapons. Both of our pilots can shoot weapons. I do want to point out worst case scenario is there's 27 people in battle dress coming at us.
Normally, the 8 guards, 8 Marines, like it would be rare that all 16 would have battle dress. Doesn't mean it does, because it's a treasure ship. They might violate those rules, but normally, not every Marine has battle dress. Only the trained, because battle dress requires a specific type of training.
If we're pulling information here of everything we know,
Yeah.
I've been to 2 planets and heard from 3 different conversations about this treasure ship. I bet you dollars to donuts out here in the Trojan Reach, which I'm guessing is like the Wild West.
Yeah.
Other people are after this ship as well.
That would be a logical assumption.
Are you suggesting that maybe we try and get in contact with some of them and see if we
No,
can work
no,
out
that
a
was
deal?
that was just an
No.
assumption I was making.
Yeah, that means worst case isn't 16 Marines in battle dress. Worst case is 16 Marines in battle dress and other pirates.
Well, but wait, hold up. Let's not paint pirates with too broad a brush, because being completely honest, we're pirates too.
No, we're privateers.
We're privateers with an illegal letter of marque. We're pirates, dude. If the Empire catches us, we're getting hung as pirates, not as privateers.
I don't know if you noticed this. I might not have told you this. We're going to close out the video for today, but in the session. But I do want to share with you your standing. You could think of it like a you're standing with the Oslons and you're standing with the Empire. It starts at a certain number, and then based on what you do, will increase or decrease this number. I thought that okay, let me go.
Yeah, you put that in Discord.
Did I?
I
see
missed
the
the
pay
one with the
rate.
Imperium in the Oslon. I've seen the one for the planets.
Oh, here it is. Yep, right here, standing. And so you have a pretty good idea based on. That's why I gave it to you, because I think you as a player, as a person in the universe, would have kind of a broad understanding of how they might react based on how you do certain things. So like with the Imperium, it starts at 0, and the Oslons start at -5. If you ever hit -6, it's an attack on sight, just so you know. But the Empire starts at 0, so they're not attack on sight. Stealing cargo is only -1 if it's over 100,000, right? If it's under 100,000, it doesn't even count. It doesn't even register. Now, infamous incident would be like stealing a large amount of cargo, capturing the ship, like if you steal their ship, right? Okay, it's still only, it's -1D. So you could go to -6 right away, but probably not. And there are atrocities. So if you start killing people, that's atrocities, and that's a -D. Interference, which might also be part of this.
Yeah.
Heroic deeds are pluses. So like you might, if you like help and attack pirates, and then every month that there's not an incident, it heads towards 0. So it's it starts to cool off and people start to forget you and stuff like that. So you can bide your time, let the negatives go a certain way.
Die down?
Yeah, let the heat die down. Exactly. What are they? Be on lamb. It does go to my chart does go to -20, just to let you know.
So
and plus 20.
If we hit the treasure ship,
yeah,
we're probably looking at least -2D -1, because it'd be stealing cargo, infamous incident, and interference all in one. And if we murder a bunch of people, it would also be an atrocity.
Right.
So, I feel like that's moving us directly into Imperium going to be treating us like pirates for a while.
And that also means anywhere in the Aslan territories out.
Mm.
Well, yeah. If it was like if it was an Oslon ship, it would apply towards the Oslon. Or if it's a cargo heading to the Oslons, it would count against the Oslons as well. Yeah, plus 20 is ally. You're rewarded for your heroic efforts. You get social standing. Okay. And then, oh, I'm sorry, it goes to minus 40. Interesting.
Ye-
They send agents after you. Like, hey, can I be on your ship? Can you hire me? I'm just this lowly mechanic that helps out in the engine room, and then I have it explode.
Which is another excellent question.
Yeah.
How? Well, it's more for the players than you, Derek. Sorry.
Okay, that's fine.
How? I mean, from everything we've heard, the Martin exploded. I mean, jump drives don't just explode.
It would have had to have been a really bad misjump. They do explode, but it would be like incompetence in the engineering crew, a deliberate no, it would be engineering, and then the well, okay, if the astrogation program was so bad that it gave the engineering crew a huge negative, it would be blamed on the astrogator, but usually they blame it on the engineers because the buck stops with them. But there is times like they jump too close to the world or something like that. That could cause enough minuses to cause your ship to actually explode. But maybe you'll just have to figure out what actually happened when you get there.
Yeah, because thank you for bringing that up, because I was going to suggest that this was probably sabotage, but okay, there are other options.
It could be sabotage as well. It could be sabotage.
That's why I was wondering if maybe the Navigator did it because she's from the Reach and not the Imperium.
Oh, yeah. She
could also have been a.
That's a rumor. Could have been a hot jump.
Yeah, that's.
Because the engineering crew is supposedly all dead, but she's not. So she's the only one left from that portion of, the ship's movement alive. So she can point the finger at engineering and go, it wasn't my fault, it was theirs. They can't defend themselves.
Right.
Dead men tell no tales.
That's right. And it could be a ploy to pit the Aslan against the Imperium and free her home with the Reach. But, it's all speculation. Who knows?
You're going to have to figure the story out, because there is more to this than meets the eye.
Well, I'm excited. I'm having fun, guys. Thank you for playing Traveler with us.
All right, guys. Well, thanks. I'm going to call it quits. It's 18 after. I hope you guys enjoyed it. There's no experience this week. But there was a week of in-jump training. And you get a point at the end of the treasure ship adventure, maybe 2, because this is actually a fairly long quest. All right, guys. You guys have a good night.
Quick question. Speaking of experience, with the one I missed, what do I handle with that?
What do you think is fair?
I did 2 sessions out of 3 of it.
Yeah, but it's 1 point. So what do you think is fair? You think you should? Okay, here. How about this? Because normally you can take a point and you could bring a skill to level 1. But let's say you take that point and you have a max of level 0. So you're gonna have to pick a skill that you can get at level 0 and just get it.
All right.
But it has to be something. It wasn't there at the last one.
Fight session. Yeah.
You can't. You have to pick something that you used or you saw being used. You didn't have to succeed in it. You just had to see it being used, or you had to personally do it. So you can't pick like broker because you didn't see that.
Yeah. What did we see?
No, there was a lot of skills.
Persuade? I don't think so.
There was diplomacy. Well, that was during the last session.
Yeah, that was during this session.
No, we used diplomacy in the when we were trying to talk to the natives.
That's the last session
Oh,
uh,
of
No,
that
before
of
the-
that
before
of
the
that
fight.
of that adventure. The natives came in at the very end.
the natives were in for the last session that I was there. We were introduced to them and we did the standoff with them before the combat started.
Okay.
'Cause I remember
Okay.
the natives being there.
Okay, so I split it. I split the game
Yeah.
set. Okay. Yeah, then absolutely. Diplomacy might have been used at the very beginning of that.
Yeah, I think.
Or recon.
biology.
Recon was definitely used.
Yeah, I already have recon. Did anyone use engineer during? Yeah, no, we did. To
Yeah.
troubleshoot the ship. Okay, I'll take engineer to 0 then.
Troubleshoot what ship? Oh, the one when the thing blew up in the engine room?
Well, our ship when we
Yeah.
had the engine failure at the
Yeah.
on landing.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, take engine 0.
Yeah. Okay, that works.
All right, guys. You guys have a good night, and I will see you next week. And
Take it easy, everybody.
I will try to dig up the transponder information too. All right. Good night.
Cheers, everyone.
Thanks, guys. Catch you later.
And I've closed everything. So if you're watching the stream, I hope you guys enjoyed. I had a good time. I had an upset stomach at the very beginning, so if we started getting a little slow at the very beginning, that was because of that. But everything picked up, I think, and I think we did a. I think we. I think everything's. I'm struggling. I'm telling you right now. This is just personally. I'm struggling putting the voices with the characters. We've only played four sessions, something like that, and I just haven't been able to match the voices with the characters yet. But maybe that's just me. So what I do, just letting you guys know, when someone's starting to talk and I'm not sure who it is, I look over at my Discord to see where the green light is, where they're talking. That tells me who's talking. I'm cheating. All right, guys. You guys have a good night, and I'll catch you next week.